purpose to solve the problem of our life. So how do you think? Is it really helpful to solve the problem? And how it is helpful to solve the problem?
Nobody get purpose right of the procedure, how do you know the research control, how you can solve the problem and they will in future they might be take benefit of the
Okay, so let us tell me, I just want to know, okay, how many of you have at least explored one or two or even three or whatever the research articles you have just referred or you have just
कल के लिए बोला है तो हमने कहा आज किया हमने
so these all are the mixture of the different things. And each and this Scopus is a search engine. Web of Science is a search engine. Because each and everything has a different kind of search engine that is specialized for that particular purpose. And if we are interested to get the research paper published previously or the academic papers, so in that way we have to go for the academic search engine. And those academic search engines are Web of Science, Scopus, okay, Google Scholar. Apart from this, there is PubMed is also there where we get some academic things. And a recent published one site is there which gives you the free things or the free paper. And apart from this, the other publishers. So they are the publishing house, means Elsevier or the Village. So they are the publishing house, they are the publishers. And they have also their database. So we can search the other research articles in their database. But the dedicated search engines are only this Scopus or Web of Science. These are the usually or the majorly used in the research field. Okay. So now I think you have clarity about this Scopus, Web of Science and Google Scholar. Now you tell me publishing house or the publisher. I think you have already read some research work on this research paper. So what are the information written on that research paper? Anyone can tell me? So the publisher, anyone can tell me what are the information they have seen on the research paper? Okay. Apart from this, there is a concept known as garbage in and garbage out. Okay, so it is also important we should filter out the quality research articles and then read only the quality research articles. Because if we read a high standard research article, then there is a possibility that we will produce at least a little bit lower quality research articles. Because if we read A-star research articles, there is a possibility that somehow we produce the A-level or B-level research articles. This A and B is the rating based on the ABDC. Okay. So that's why it is our responsibility to read high quality research paper and how we identify the high quality research paper. This is also one of the things. So that I will also give insight and how we filter out, how we get the insight about this quality. And there is one tool. So that tool also I will demonstrate how to add that tool in your Google Scholar and then get to know which journal is new or which paper is published in the good journal. Okay, but before this, I think this is the paper. This is the first paper which I am interested to demonstrate. Okay, so is this visible to everyone? Now just tell me. The Journal of Business Research. What is this? By the name, can anyone guess what is this? This Journal of Business Research. What is the journal?
Title.
Name. Acha, what is this Elsevier? This is the publisher. Okay. This is the title of this paper. Okay. Thereafter, in this Journal of Business Research, there is 167 bracket 2023 then 114156. What is this? Because I think you should be aware with the each and every information that is mentioned on the research paper. Okay. So what is this? This 167 and 2023. Any cases? It is a year. So this is the publishing year. Huh? And what about the other things? 167. So there is a similar like your chapter of your notebook. There is some chapter. There is some index. Okay. So in that index there is some chapter number, page number is there. Similarly, this 167 is the volume number. Okay. And this is the page number 114156. So basically, the writing style is different from journal to journal. So that's why they are mentioning this kind of page number. Okay. So this is the page number in that particular journal or that particular issue. Usually journal also write issue number. Okay. So, but issue number is not mentioned here, but they will mention usually if you go for the citation or the referencing, you will get the issue number. Okay. So apart from this is the title and these are the name of the author. Okay. You can see one of your faculty or your because usually in the end we usually say this is one of your professor who is writing this paper. But I'm also aware about the university system, so that's why. But yeah, so you can refer to one of your professors. They have he wrote this paper, and you can also identify your affiliated college. So this is the affiliation, the Janki Devi Memorial College, Delhi, India, and here you can see A and D. So you can also see A, Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi, India. Okay, so each and every symbol, notation, each and everything has a meaning. So we have to identify or know about these all things. Achha, apart from this, can you see these keywords?
Yes, sir.
So if you want to take a snapshot or want to take a very informative view about this article, so you just only look into the keywords, because the keyword which has the capacity to explain the whole paper in the best way or the best possible keywords always mentioned in the keywords along with the abstract. And it is only allowed in a journal, it is only allowed up to, it has started with the 4 or 5 keywords to 7. So usually there is or they are requiring some, or they are allowing some 4 or 5 keywords. So you can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So in this journal, they have allowed 6 keywords which best defines your research paper. Okay, so by looking into keywords, we can get the insight. So the first keyword is exchange rate. So can we say that somehow this work is based on the exchange rate? They are discussing on the exchange rate, and with this exchange rate, if you go to the title, so you can see exchange rate volatility and international trade. Okay, so if you or if we are interested to get a very quick insight about the research work, so we just look into the title. Thereafter, we should look into the these keywords, and then we get a quick insight about the research. So exchange rate is common in the keyword as well as in the title. Thereafter, exchange rate volatility. It means the deviation of exchange rate. So there is a possibility if there is a deviation of the result, so there will be also some cause. Okay. Apart from this, international trade. So can we say international trade may be one of the cause for this exchange rate volatility? Another thing, again, volatility is there. So this is the very general term. Okay. Then bibliometric analysis and systematic literature review. So from this exchange rate to the volatility, we get an insight that this paper is based on exchange rate volatility, international trade, this kind of thing. So motamoti we can say that these are the things included in this particular work. Apart from this, bibliometric analysis. If we refer this analysis term, it means because research work always based on the some analytical things. So what are the analysis they have used? So they have used bibliometric analysis. Okay, so after 2 or 3 minutes, we also discuss what is this bibliometric analysis. Don't worry about this. And thereafter, it is written there. This is a systematic literature review. Okay, so systematic literature review, it means that there is some relationship between the bibliometric analysis and systematic literature review. As for now, we can say only this much thing because we don't know. And you also assume, yeah, I also don't know anything about this one, and you also don't know. So we all are very new, and we are just going to explore the things. So there is a different approach of the learning. So we will apply the hit and try, or like by doing and then doing the mistakes, and then we start on the proceed our learnings. Okay. So there may be some relationship. We can only get some intuition that there may be some relationship between this bibliometric and systematic. Fine. So let's see in the further things how they both are connected. Thereafter, if you are more interested about this work, for example, we have read this title, keywords, and thereafter, if we find some alignment with our interest and with this research work, then we go more in depth about this research work. So where we go to it? So first we go for this abstract because this is the summary of the research. So then we go and then we start reading this. So as the volatility of exchange rates significantly influences international trade, understanding their complex interplay is important. Okay, so we can see here exchange rate and international trade. Okay, so there is a relationship, and this relationship we are going to understand by this particular research work. So by the first line, it is clear what we are going to do. Thereafter, you can see in the face of going body of knowledge that lacks a comprehensive and up-to-date review, this study employs performance analysis and science mapping to discern publications and citation trends, identify major contribution, delineate key themes in the domain of exchange rate volatility and international trade. The exploration reveals a nuanced relationship where exchange rate volatility impact varied exporters, sectors, and regions differently. Okay, so these are the information because we are more interested about this particular work, and that's why we are reading the abstract. The investigation also underscores the growing significance of the firm level analysis in international business and economics, highlighting a shift towards the exploring how firms respond to and navigate through exchange rate fluctuation. The research also finds an imperative for robust risk management strategy to mitigate the repercussions of exchange rate volatility alongside policy intervention, tailored to account for those varied impact. Consequently, the study fills the existing knowledge gaps and propose the future research avenue. Okay. So whatever they did, means ki whatever your professor did in this particular research work, finally, your professor is saying the existing knowledge gap and propose future research avenue. So can we say the basic purpose of a literature review is synthesizing the existing research, and then we identify what are the gaps available in this existing field of the research, and then we also propose what are the future research avenue, because there is two kind of things. There is a possibility there are lots of gaps in this research field, but some gaps can be fulfilled and some gaps is not desirable or that we can't fulfill. Okay, so in this suggestion, this researcher is going to give the suggestions to what are the future research avenues, emphasizing the necessity of global and collaborative approach to unveiling intricate relationship while providing a valuable resource for scholars, practitioners, and policymakers in the realm of extended volatility and international trade. Fine. So this is the we can say the summary. Okay, this is the summary of the paper. Thereafter, after reading this abstract, if we become more interested about this work, then we go to the introduction. Okay, but I will not read the introduction because it is a bit lengthy, or it will be somewhere around 100 or 170, only 1000 and the 1700 words. So only I just demonstrate, because you all are interested about the how to write the research work. Okay, so that's why I demonstrate what should you include in your introduction. Okay, so gradually we start the procedures and other things, but yeah, research writing is also your requirement, so that's why I'm going to explain the things. Okay, any question till now? Any question, any explanation, or anything coming in your mind? Okay, so as of now, because we will discuss this in later on, but I'm just explaining by the name, because if we talk about systematic literature reviews, we need three terms. One is systematic, and one is literature, and then review. So we have literature review. Let's start. Literature review. Only think about the systematic. So what is the meaning of systematic? Order. Yes. So similarly, if the literature review, we don't know about what is literature review, but if a literature review, that literature review, anything like apple or mango or whatever, but if that apple and mango is in a systematic order from a start to the end, so there is some order and everyone following that universal order, so we can say that is the systematic apple or mango. Now let us define what is this apple and mango, or what is this systematic, or what is this literature review. Okay, so what is the meaning of literature? Yes. So that literature can be anything, means that may be the research paper, or that may be the book chapter, or whatever academic works, or whatever the academic research or non-academic research are available on the scholar domain or this academic domain. That is known as the literature. Now the things come to the review. So the review can be the different type. Means reviewing. We are revisiting that particular work. It means someone already performed the work, and thereafter we are again revisiting their own work. So if we are revisiting the work of any other person, so what kind of approach we keep in our mind? Either constructive or constructive and critical, not destructive, but the critical. Because in review, nothing is destructive. So in review, you always think critically. Okay, and even if you are like the putting your feet in a research field, so you have to be critical. Don't worry about the author name. Even the author comes from a very high research background. High means even he comes from the very good papers. He has the too many good papers, good research profiles, citations, or whatever graphs or criteria is given there. So don't worry about that graph or criteria, because in the research we have to always be critical, think critically, and then try to identify the loopholes or the problem in a research work. Okay, so this is the purpose of the review, either constructive or critical review. Okay, now there are different methods of that literature review we will discuss later on. First, let us discuss this structure of introduction. Okay, sometimes I forget the things while I start speaking. I forget the things, so it will take a bit time to remember or recall the things because while explaining the literature, I forgot about the introduction. But yeah, so let us discuss what are the structure of an introduction. So again, in the first para, you can see the exchange rate serves as a barometer for economic health of a nation. Okay, and influencing various facets of its economy, especially international trade. The inherent volatility of exchange rates can pose a significant risk of global trade dynamics by. So basically, this first para is a very short information or short introduction of your work. So what is international trade, how it's connected to the volatility. So there is a very short statement, you can say, short from some number of statements by which you are just defining what you are doing. It means that the first para, you are just putting interest into your readers. How this is interesting and what you are going to get in this particular research work once you start reading further. Okay, so your first para is very important. It should be a small, and thereafter you explain the most of the things of your paper. Means that there is some dependent, independent, or whatever your research problems you have to write in a one para. अच्छा हाँ एक चीज और I think writing वाला जो part Okay, so the first para, this one. Then after in the second para, you just start explaining the things. What is the exchange rate? Because in this particular things there is two variables: exchange rate and the volatility, international trade. So you just talk about what is exchange rate, how it is affecting to the economy or the volatility. Thereafter you talk about the international trade. So you just explain each and everything. Means two or three things in your research work. So you just explain that two or three things, and thereafter start creating the interest of the readers ki how it is important to do. Because first you have explained to what you are doing, very short form, and thereafter you are writing ki what are the basics or what are definitions of your those two or three variables or two or three factors which you are going to study or analyze. Once you did this, thereafter you have to discuss how it is important and how it is going in the current scenario. So what are the existing things, and thereafter what are the existing gaps which you are going to address. Okay, and thereafter you talk about the methodology, what methodology you are using to address this gap, and thereafter you talk about your findings, very short manner. Okay, what is your crux or what is your finding of this particular work, and thereafter you conclude what is the implications. So this is the standard structure of a introduction. Okay, so fine, and I think the writing section or the writing skills is already dedicated to someone else or the some other faculty. So we will discuss about the techniques or the bibliometrics and SLR. Okay, so now let us start from the SLR. So we have explained what is the SLR, systematic literature review. Now the technique. So there is basically two techniques to do the SLR. So first technique, either we do the manually. Manually means we just identify our research problem. Once we identify the research problem, then we start searching the research paper. Okay, once we search the research or the keywords, so in that we get some number of papers, number of results, then we read the title, keywords and abstract, and then we filter out key which are our with the preferred research work, and this should be not the preferred. So we filter out the not preferred research work, and then we make a sample. In that sample, we can make at least 10, 20, 100 or 200 research paper. That is based on the capacity to capacity. Because you are the undergraduate students, even a PhD students or the scholars, they collect 500 or even thousands or even more than that research papers. Okay, and they keep those all papers in their library. They start reading again and again. So several times they start reading the paper. Okay, same paper they are reading even 4 times, 5 times, or even 10 times. This is based on the requirement of the paper or connection of the paper with your research problem. Okay. So you can collect the paper 100 or 10 or whatever numbers. Then you start reading each and every paper abstract, and thereafter you start reading the introduction, methodology, means each and every section of a research article. Okay, so basically, Asha, before going into this, I also want to discuss what are some. There are some 4 or 5 sections of a research work. So introduction, thereafter your literature review. Okay, so each and every paper required a literature review, and thereafter you go for the methodology. Okay, and from the methodology you are going to explain the results. Okay, and then after the conclusion section is there. Someone also like the structured it before the conclusions or even after the conclusion they write the implication, policy implication. So there is a bit deviation, but these are the standard flow chart of a research work: introduction, literature review, methodology, results, and discussion, and then conclusion. Fine. So according to this, we start reading the paper. Okay, and this is not required to read each and every paper from title to conclusion. This is not required. If you are reading from title to conclusion, it takes lots of time, and also that is unnecessary because we have some limited number of memory or the interest, and if we like the use all the memory for this kind of things, so definitely this will be not a smart work. So we will have all the act smartly and then read the paper according to our requirement. Fine. So one is the manual thing, is how we do the research work. Another thing, nowadays there are too many tools and techniques are available. So we just apply some tools and techniques, that statistical tools or technique, and then we do the literature review. And why we are using these tools and techniques? Because these tools and techniques can synthesize even more than thousands or even 10,000 or 6,000, 5,000 research work, or even more than that. So one paper I also like analyzed for the some 10 or 15,000 paper, and then I filtered those all papers, and then it comes to the 4,000 paper. Okay, so there are different way, and there are different tools and techniques. So the limitations of the manual work, although manual work has the more in-depth analysis, better understanding, less possibility of error or possibility of misinterpretation of the research work, but similarly that has also some limitations. So according to the requirement, we apply this techniques. So on the basis of techniques, there is only 2 types. Okay, there is only 2 types. So the first type is manually we do collect the data and then do the research work. The second one is we apply some tools and techniques. That tools and techniques known as the bibliometric analysis, okay, or the meta analysis. In this bibliometric and meta, by the name, there is lots of bifurcation. There are lots of branches in this all things. So we discuss each and everything. Okay. So I think yeah, everyone has boss viewer. Okay. Acha, how many of you has Excel knowledge? How many of you are not expert but smooth in Excel? Everyone? Everyone is smooth in Excel? Okay. Acha, and how many of you has exposure to AI? Yeah. Because nowadays without AI we can't live or even we can't process the things. Okay. So I prefer the two AI for the data analysis, and you can also prefer if you wish. And but yeah, it is up to it is the free for our requirement. But if we extend our requirement, then it's business. Obviously it will charge. So the one AI is Julius AI, and another one is Quality AI. So this two AI is just for the data analysis.
Can you repeat?
Yes, I will open here. Don't worry about this. Okay, I will open here, and then I will also either demonstrate ki how it works. We download the data, then we give the data to the AI. We start doing the things, we start doing some hit and trial, and then we uh, try to look into it, ki how it works, how we keep the things on the result. Fine. So So these are the very, you can see as we have explained, the arrangement or the collection of relevant literature, assembling or screening and segregations of collected literature, and then assessment means the analyzing and reporting of the assembled literature. So according to our requirement, first we collect, and for the collection purpose we go, we start the search. Okay, once we collect, then we screening and segregation, which is required for us and which is not required for us. Okay, and thereafter we start assessing or analyzing those work, and then start reporting. For that analysis, we can use manual or tools. Now, so let us start from the Scopus. Although there are other database, means ki Web of Science or the other database, but so parallelly you can open this scopus.com in your system, and I think if, we can access Scopus here. It does not require any additional, हो जाएगा? Okay, yeah. So any one of you, just tell me your research problem. You start doing by your problem. You start exploring, but yeah, don't be greedy. सब मेरा वाला आप ये करके शुरू करो, because my work become easy. Okay. So any one of you, especially who has some finance context or CSR context or something, because that will be also not familiar with me. So because we have the remote control in my hand, so that's why I am also looking for my own comfort zone. Okay, so you just tell me any what? Okay, ESG reporting. Okay, then fine.
तो मेरा CSR रिपोर्टिंग है और ग्रीन अकाउंट.
Okay, CSR reporting and green accounting, ESG reporting. Okay. Okay, so why not we just write CSR in India? CSR. Okay, so सिर्फ CSR कर लेते हैं. ऐसा करते हैं ना, ये कॉलम में हटा दीजिए, उधर से हटा. हाँ. Okay, so now we have entered a keyword CSR. Okay. So there is total 40,149 documents only by entering the CSR. Okay. अच्छा ये CSR की CSR अलग अलग नहीं लिया है ना. अच्छा अगर corporate social, अच्छा if we write the full form of this CSR, corporate social responsibility. Okay, so corporate social responsibility. Just write corporate social responsibility. वो छोड़ दीजिए कॉलम,
सेपरेट लेगा
इसीलिए तो बोल रहे हैं वो सुने दीजिए, गलत करना है. Okay, so we entered corporate social responsibility. You also entered? Okay. Okay, so now the total documents is 43,086. So previously, how was the number? Yeah, 40,000 something. But now it is 43. There is some increase of 3,000. Yeah, both are the same thing. But why there is a difference between the search? CSR to same है. CSR and corporate social responsibility both are same. Fine. But still there is a difference of 3,086 documents. Why it is there? Okay. Yes. Yes, this is a very nice insight. So let's try to like put everything in a double column or combine the all three words with the feviquick, and then let's see how it's work. Okay. So you can see now there is 38,235. So can we see keep the same keywords we applied corporate social responsibility. One is the double column and another is the without double column. So in the without double column, we see there is a result of some 40,000, 43,000 something. I'm bad in remembering the numbers. So and the another thing is 38,235. Fine. So there is a difference. And the possible reason for this difference is initially or the earlier when we have entered the corporate social responsibility, in that case, they have used corporate social and responsibility separately. So they have used the three keywords and that's why it has given the more number of result. But our interest or our concern is to use this whole keywords in a single keywords, and that's why we are putting both all the three terms in a single column. Okay. Now you tell me if there may be some synonyms of this corporate social responsibility, especially in the research domain, ESG, CSR, philanthropy, these are the interchangeably used. Although the CSR and philanthropy has a difference, but most of the time they interchangeably used. So here only we add and also for this corporate social responsibility, we have like the abbreviation and the CSR is short form. So for that short form, we can use the CSR. So यहाँ पे ऊपर नहीं लिख लेते हैं
यहीं पे करना है अलग से और से टू
अच्छा और आप यहाँ लगा दिए हालांकि वहां भी लगा सकते हैं वही कर लेते हैं क्योंकि ये ना थोड़ा सा इसको हटा देंगे इसी में लिखते हैं क्योंकि थोड़ा इजी रहेगा और again double colon. Okay, so are you getting this one? Corporate social responsibility. Okay, closed with two column, the double column, and thereafter all CSR. Okay, it means that we are saying to search the corporate social responsibility or search CSR, and where we are searching it. Here you can see search within article title, abstract and keywords. इसको एक बार करते हैं आप थोड़ी सी मैं वो करेंगे. Okay, so these are the fields. इसको स्प्लिट कर सकते हैं क्या स्क्रीन को? चलो I think you are good in remembering the things. You are good ना? So
capital, lowercase small.
here how many fields we have? Exchange rate volatility title, author name, then this abstract is given here, keywords is given here, then the affiliation is given here. Okay, so these are the fields we have, and now let's see here. So article, title, abstract and keywords. So we have an option to search in these 3 or 4 field. Thereafter authors. So in that first page we have seen that there is author name. So we can search in the name of the author. First author, source title. What is the source title? Source title is this one, this publishing journal. So this is your source title, Journal of Business Research. Okay, so if we search in Journal of Business Research and then we type, if we search in source title and then we type Journal of Business Research, for example, corporate social responsibility or CSR, or I'm just and Journal of Business Research, and then I'm writing, then I'm typing this one, source title. Okay, so what we are saying? We are saying this is scope of search engine. You identify the number of articles which is published in Journal of business research by the name of corporate social responsibility. But we are searching in only source title. So देखते हैं क्या आता है. Because without making mistakes, I think we will not learn the things. Nothing is there. Why? Why nothing is there?
कि जो है वो business उसमें कोई आर्टिकल नहीं है
Yes.
उससे related.
We are searching the two combination. Corporate social responsibility and general business ethics. It means that there is no journal with the name of corporate social responsibility and general business research. If we exclude this corporate social responsibility or even general business research, then there may be possibility we will see something. Let's see. There are total 11,883 papers in Journal of Business Research. And we have given the search with the source title. Acha, if we type here, so there are total 7,449. There will be some journal. Acha, if we are interested to verify it, so you can see here, the name of the source is Corporate Social Responsibility and Environmental Management. And we have given the task to search the source Corporate Social Responsibility. Okay, and that's why we are able to see this result. You can see each and every result: Corporate Social Responsibility and Environmental Management, CSREM, fine. Now let's come to this one. Okay, so according to our requirement, we can select the things: article, title, abstract, keywords, first author, source, article, title, abstract, keywords, affiliation name, affiliation city. So this ISSN, code and DOI references. So these all things are available in the paper and according to our requirement. But for the purpose of literature review, our requirement is to look into the title, abstract, and keywords. So for the review purpose, we select the field of search is article, title, abstract, and keywords. Okay. Now here we have selected the corporate social responsibility, and then there is a synonym serve. Or yeah, this short form, this CSR, and then let's search. The total number of paper is 54. Earlier only by the name of corporate social responsibility, it was 30,
Without one.
43 or ऐसा without column 43 and with column 38 or ऐसा कुछ था. मतलब that was the smaller number than this 54. Okay, it means कि after adding this another term or the another, you can say the synonyms or the short term, we are able to identify some new number of research articles. Okay. But apart from this, if we assume कि ESG and CSR, because most of the developed nation they use the ESG ranking or the ESG scores to identify the CSR activities. ESG for the, can anyone tell me what is the full form of ESG or what is the meaning of this ESG? Environmental, social, and governance. Okay. So how you define the governance? क्योंकि environment और social को सब बोल देंगे environment पे काम होगा, ये social पे होगा, इसकी social like the charity or something like this, donations. So, but what about the governance?
So it means what laws are there? Laws के according काम करना.
Okay. So why they make the laws?
So they are followed and.
Okay. Because to
ताकि injustice वगैरह ना हो, मतलब
yes.
environment में गंदगी वगैरह ना फैलाएं.
No, because everyone is interested, or even this is the one of the, we can say, the advertisement tool to do the social expenditure or the environmental things. But the problem is we have to also ensure that everyone is doing it rightly. They are reporting the things, they are following some norms, they are not like the manipulating the things. Although we can say the greenwashing. So that's why this governance is also required, and that's why we are including the governance factors with the environmental and social. So if we write here or ESG, so now you tell me, what is your expectation? What is your expectation by your common sense? Will this addition increase the number of such documents, or it reduce the or decrease the number of documents which we have said? It will increase. There is a very huge possibility or difference की 100% security की either it will increase or it will not decrease. It will be at 54,382. Why? Because we have this two terms: corporate social responsibility or CSR. Okay, then we are adding an additional term. So definitely, if there is some paper who have the keywords this ESG, then definitely that will be included in this particular segment. Fine. But if there is zero paper of this ESG, so still we will get this 54,382. So why I am demonstrating these things so elaborately? Why? Because this is the very basic things, and even I find several research scholars, even if we start looking into the published paper, we can find there are lots of research scholars that did lots of mistakes related to the identifying the keywords, identifying the samples. So first we have to, because we have to give our input very clean, very robust. Thereafter we get a very robust output. Okay, so that's why I'm putting more emphasis on this inputs. So after ESG, let's see 71. Again, if we add or, so we are only discussing about the or. It means ki either corporate social responsibility or CSR or ESG, and then if we add again another or, environmental, social and governance, it will give some different number of results, and that results has a high possibility of increased in numbers, means ki greater than 71,315, or if there is a very like a possibility or there is a very advanced condition that we know literature related to the environmental, social and governance. So in that case, we will get at least 71,350. Fine. So now I think we can we have understood this OR criteria. Ajay, you just tell me, because I assume ki you don't know anything about this literature, even that's why I am demonstrating these all things. But you can tell me, because this time is very precious. Okay, so you can tell me if you know about these things. OR criteria, this is also known as the Boolean criteria. So if you know the OR and how to use this OR and then I will skip these things, and then I will start discussing some analytical things, how to analyze and how to do things. So you all know these things? Okay, fine. So if you know these things, then because I believe we have to utilize our time very wisely. So any problem with the end? Fine, na? Okay. Thereafter, I think you have exposure with this filtering criteria. Means you are from the commerce background, so definitely your interest will be the business management and accounting, economics, econometrics and finance. And thereafter, if it is the work of the CSR, so then you can go also. Or if you are getting very small number of research work, research papers in your search criteria, then you can also choose the others like the environmental, social science, humanities. So this is all based on your result. But if you are getting very high number of results, then you can only restrict yourself from business management and accounting to the economics finance. So only these two criteria you can select for the filtering, and thereafter you can select the English language, because English language is mostly used. Okay. Thereafter, if you are interested to review articles, book chapter, so there are different segments. You can see here: article, book chapter, conference paper, review. Okay. So short survey, erratum, yeah, conference review, letters, data paper and report. So these are different segments. Okay. So this is all depend upon your interest or your research problem, and accordingly you can select the particular segment. And again, I will say ki you have to first look into your result. If you are getting a result of 50 papers, then you have to select each and everything. But if you are getting very high number of papers, then you have to filter it out. So what is your research problem and what we are going to ask or address. Fine. So for this, so let us download some. So I'm just writing here corporate social responsibility or CSR. And okay. So after including only India, because we are interested in Indian work or the Indian scholars or the work which has been done on India on CSR work which has been done in India or the Indian economy, or if there is some term or in the keyword abstract keywords and articles, if India is given here along with the corporate social responsibility, so only we are looking for those kind of articles. So there are total 1,792 documents. Okay. Out of this, we are just going to apply the filter. So for the business and management and economics, econometrics and finance. Thereafter, we are putting the filter to only to the articles. To review articles, we let's select the review articles. Source is okay. Publication stage is okay. Now the affiliation, funding, country, source. Okay, so let us select the English language and then limit it. So after limiting the filter, there is total 897 words. Okay, document is there. So for getting a insight, you can go to the analyze result because Scopus is also giving some result. So just go to the analyze result and now you can see. These are the number of papers published in each and every year. So you can see from 2017, there are very few research, but although it is started in 1987, or maybe there is some keywords, okay, that is available in the, so we will look what kind of research this is. So this is also one of the step in cleaning the data, but we can see the starting year is 1987, and thereafter in 2014 there is exponential growth. We can 2004 there is exponential growth, that is 11, and thereafter again it is 6, 11, 9, 11. So it is consistent. Okay, 13, and then 14 it is 31, then it is 26, 51. So as the year passes, the research on the CSR start increasing in India. Okay, but we don't know the reason. We decode this reason also. What are the reasons behind this and why this all research work is there. Fine. And this is the graphical representation of the documents or the publication by year. Documents by author, documents by source, okay, per year by source, author, documents by affiliation. So in India, let's see the name of the institutes. Okay, so Symbiosis is there, Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. Okay, I think this is Roorkee. Then University of Delhi. So your university is at third rank in the CSR ranking, you can see. Okay, thereafter Amity University, Deakin University, So the Deakin is the Australia-based university. Also, it has the this is the campus with the some different countries. Then ICFI Foundation, IBS Hyderabad, RMIT University, and Indian Institute of Management. Indian Institute of Management. These are the two IIMs, and so Indian Institute of Management Ranchi, 13 documents they have given, and then Mumbai, so they have given 13 documents. University of Delhi 16 documents, and Indian Institute of Technology Roorkee is given 17 documents on the CSR. So these are the data. Achha, so how we utilize this information? Suppose you are interested to work in CSR, okay, and you are starting your work. So once you look into this data, then you can identify which institute is working on CSR. And if an institute is working, it means that they have good database or the other resources, because without resources, a research can't be possible. So if some institute is doing a research work in a particular domain or particular field, it means that they have ample resources. So, but if you are lacking in some resources, so you can approach to that particular institute, because each and every institute has a facility, a research work, or a scholar can just write a mail to the respective faculty and they will get the approval to visit the institute, collect the data or whatever resources is available there, they can utilize that resources and do their research work. Okay, so this is the one of the importance of this particular affiliation. But yeah, only by looking into the affiliation, it is not possible. It is not possible to get a exact insight. So again, we have to look into the author list. Okay, because institution is the very large. Because in Delhi University, there are so many colleges, there are so many research scholars. Okay, so to whom we contact for Delhi University? Because to get insight which or what kind of data they are using, from where they are getting the data, how they are processing the data. So for this purpose, we have to also look into the author. So now we have the institute name. Within that institute name, we start identifying the number of authors who have written more number of paper, and thereafter we start shortlisting whom to contact and whom to not contact. Okay, so accordingly we just make our preference list and then start sending the mail, start asking some questions, collaboration, because usually people don't respond so quickly on the mail, so that's why we have to also send 3 or 4 mails or even the multiples numbers of mail to the multiples numbers of people. Fine. So this is the information now, the year, documents by the author. So this way you can identify. Thereafter the documents by the country means ki, what is the meaning of this one? The documents by the country. It means ki for the Indian perspective or the CSR work that is based on the Indian economy or the Indian perspective. India, but apart from the India, US is also interested in Indian CSR, and US author or researchers are also doing the research work on Indian CSR. So US, UK, Australia means they are also interested. So we are not, we can say India is also getting the global acceptance or the global interest in the field of research. Fine. Any question till now? Because we are not doing anything, we are only exploring the available resources or the available analytical things. These all are the freely available, without any input, without any extra effort, we can get this kind of information. Fine. So now let's download this one. So let's select. I think you all are aware about the export option. In the export option, we download this CSV file, because if we are interested to do some analysis, so definitely we require a file, and that file should be in Excel or the delimited form. Okay. So CSV, there are RIS, BibTeX format, plain text formats, or the Mendeley, RefWorks, Zotero, EndNote. So there are different formats, and each and every format has a different purpose. Okay. So for the first purpose, this CSV, RIS, BibTeX, and plain text, these all are used for the analysis. The rest other formats are used for the referencing. So how to do the referencing, how to use the Zotero or Mendeley or these all things, there will be some other session or the other things or the other faculty will explore these things, but our concern is to do the analysis. So we download the CSV file because this is the most used file. This is in the comma delimited, and we can use this file in our Excel. So let's download. So I have clicked. Now here we have to select all the information. So if we are interested, so I also believe into like taking the Sanjeevan Bhuti and Vatpa, and there are according to our requirement, we extract the things from that Sanjeevan Bhuti. So just select the each and every information. So the citation information, bibliographic information, abstract, funding details, and other information, and then we click on export button. Okay, so now it is downloading. You can also download this. So file is downloaded. So let's open the file. And anyone, you have taken a look in this CSV file or Excel file after the download. I hope you have seen this. Even anyone opened this Excel file? Yeah, you are just looking at the first time. This is first time? Okay. So the information we ticked while we were downloading, each and every information is available there. Author names, this is the authors, this is the author's full name. Okay, this is the author's ID. Okay, because many of the time it is difficult to analyze the text, so that's why ID is also available, so we can analyze the number. Title is given here, year is given here, if the publishing year. Source title means the publishing journal, so this is the name of the journals. Volume 3032, this is the volume number. Then issue number, you can see some of the journals has like the issue number is blank. Why? Because they are not informing or they are not reporting the issue number. Then article number, page start and page end. So you can see this page start and page end, and thereafter the page count. So why this is 0? Because there should be some page number. Na? If there is a like the page start from 62 and it is ending to 78, so there is some number between these two things. So this is due to the like the problem of this scopers. They have not calculated or they have not reported. So you can calculate this page number. Okay, you can calculate. Most of the research scholars, what they did, if they just download the file and then they start giving it to the software without any understandings of the file. And most of me see 99% scholars do these things. And why I'm saying 99% with this much confidence? Because many of the conferences, I think 4 or 5 conferences, I chaired some session in that session. I identified many of the research scholars, when they are from the very reputed institutes, they are from even IIT Roorkee or even IIT Bombay or whatever. So they did this kind of mistake. Without understanding the things, they just downloaded the file, they start giving to the boss viewer. And if you give any kind of file to the software, so software is a machine. It will only understand whatever file you have given, that will start analyzing. It will not consider what information is given there, what is not given there. So it is our responsibility to correct the things, clean the data of the file and make it robust for the analysis. Because if we put, I think something more important than this, that's why we are using phone. Okay. Because although even I'm not using my phone currently, I'm just I bring my phone here, but initially I left my phone in my car intentionally, because when I go for a lecture, even in my college also, so I left my phone in my office, and during the class, I do not carry my phone. I don't care about any calls, because this is my prime job of the primary things for which I'm devoted or I have assigned. So that's why I'm like ignoring or I'm not using my phone during the class. So I also expect everyone to. Acha, there is one book. This is not related to this bibliometric or this literature review analysis, but there is a book named How to Become High School Superstar. Okay, I don't know how many of you read this book, but in this book there is too many techniques given to like the score good marks in the examination. There is too many techniques. So one technique they have given, is you just keep your all like the disturbing elements we can say, or the distracting elements away from yourself. Away from means ki you just pack your bag. Okay, you read this book, How to Become High School Superstar? No. So it is written in the book. You just keep one book which you are interested to read. Apart from that one book, you left all the things. All the things means you don't keep more than one or two books. Don't give option to yourself. Okay, so keep only one book in your bag. Left rest of the things, and left your phone at your home, and then go out of your home or even travel some 8 or 10 kilometers, and then also don't give option to if there is some emergency or there is some other kind of condition, so you have option to return back to your home. So don't give any kind of option. You have only one option. You have one book, and you are 8 or 10 kilometers away from your home, right? And you have only one choice to read the book. Just with this task to yourself for each and every day. After 2 or 3 days, you don't have any options. You will start reading the book. Okay, and there is a possibility you will finish this book very efficiently. So this is one technique. Okay. Apart from this, there are too many techniques in this book. This is very good book. So you can read this book, and I assure you that after reading this book, you will be able to score good marks. Even currently, if you are scoring 50 or 60%, so there is a possibility in that after reading this book, your percentage will be increased by at least by 5%. Because I am very conservative in this kind of things, and that's why I am saying that there is a possibility you will increase 5% your marks. And I believe you all are listening this very seriously because there is one perception in my mind, and I may be wrong, but yeah, girls is very marks oriented. This is my perception. Okay, I may be wrong, and that's why I think you should read this book. Okay, so now this is the citation. So the citation reflect how many other research articles citing this particular work. For example, what is your name?
Anshika.
Huh?
Anshika.
Ansika.
Anshika.
Okay. And what is your name?
Jyoti.
Jyoti. So suppose Ansika did a research work, very tremendous research work, and it get published in a very good or the very reputed journal. Okay. Now, Jyoti's work in the similar kind of field of the connected field. And then Jyoti is citing the Ansika work. Yeah, she did this particular work or the tremendous work. Now I'm citing, I'm getting insight from this work, and then I'm writing my own work. Okay, so which works or which paper comes first? Means the ultimately Ansika, and thereafter, if Jyoti also do the same work or the additional or the tremendous work, so her work will also get published in the later year. And if there is a number is showing, if Ansika research work is cited by 1, so we just go and check if who have cited this Ansika work, and then we have identified that we have cited the Ansika work. So can we say that there is a connection between the Ansika and Jyoti work? Because like the irrelevant or the not connected work can be cited in a work, ethically. Okay. So if someone is citing some other work, so definitely there is a connection or there is a foundational connection or whatever connection, even methodological, foundational or whatever connection is there, but there may be some connection. And if we are interested to identify the connection, so we first look into the citation and then we open the cited or the citing research works and then we start establishing the connection. Okay. And after establishing the connection, we get ample of insight related to this particular domain. So this is the one thing, by looking into the citation, we can get the information. Another thing, if we are interested to open this particular research work, so we have a DOI, which is digital object, and I don't remember the name, but it's the digital identification number. Okay, so digital object identification. So this is a number, this is unique number, and by this number you can identify your research work. Okay. So if you are interested, you just copy this one and paste into the URL. You will get the direct. It will like they give the access to the paper, not the access, but it will take you to that particular paper. Okay. Apart from this, this is the link. By this link also you can open the paper. Affiliation is given there. So this affiliation is related to the author's affiliation. Okay. And these are the authors with affiliation. So name of the author along with the affiliated institutes. Now the abstract. So this is the most important thing, abstract. Because if we start searching individual paper each and every time, and then we start reading the abstract, it takes lots of time. Fine. But if we can just download this complete CSV file, then we start looking into the title keywords, and then we start filtering the word, which one is the relevant, which one is the not relevant. Okay, and then we start giving a code. Okay, once we give the code, then we apply the filter. I think everyone is smooth in Excel. So you can just give a code, you can apply that code, 10 or whatever code you want to give, then apply the filter, and thereafter you have a filtered or the reduced sample which is aligning with your interest. Thereafter you start reading the abstract. Now you have a like the reduced number of paper with the abstract. Now you have a time to read the abstract, and thereafter reading the abstract, you can also give the code to each and every research word on the basis of their relevance after reading the abstract. Okay, and then again you apply the filter, and then you get a reduced, again the reduced number or reduced sample that will be more robust. If you start doing the analysis by this all 1000 or the 800 papers, that will be not that much robust, because you are giving the garbage or some mixed things, means some quality and as well as some non-relevant paper, and that's why your results hampered, and we have to first go for the cleaning. So this is the one purpose or the one way of cleaning. So कैसे हम clean करेंगे? एक बार इसको demonstrate कर दें कि how we do the cleaning. अच्छा हाँ, before going to the cleaning, just remember one thing. In CSV file, because many of the time I face this problem, or even your professor also face the problem, and we all researchers face this problem, same problem, and then we identify how like the terrible this is. We just start editing the CSV file, then we close the CSV file, okay, and after one day again we start like looking the files, we are thinking everything is as it is. Whatever we have edited, nothing has saved. So this is the one of the very major problem of the CSV. Okay, so always keep a master file. Okay, and thereafter whatever changes you are doing, just copy that changes and paste into a Excel. Save into a Excel file. Okay, and for the purpose of analysis, you can easily convert that Excel file into CSV. Okay, so always make editing in Excel file, not CSV. Save the Excel file, okay, and the final version of the file you can convert into CSV and then start doing analysis. So for this purpose, let me save into the same file, download. Where is the desktop? Fine. So now it is in Excel format. For the editing purpose, you can create यहाँ पे, because we are interested to read the title, and on the basis of title we are interested to clean the file for the first instance. So, and here you can write anything like the So the cleaning code or whatever you can write anything. Okay, now let's read the title. Okay, so LGBTQ plus minus supporting CSR in India, the influence of CSR level and issue involvement on public responses. We are finance or the commerce students, so our concern is to focus on the corporate things. So this work will be not related to our concern. So what we give, you can give even code 0 or code 1. So I'm giving the code 1. Baki, I think you are aware about the formatting. So not the rotate, I am interested to. माउस नहीं हो जाए, इसको फिर कंट्रोल जेड कर देती हूँ। बस इसको थोड़ा सा बढ़ा के रैप करिए, थोड़ा पढ़ने में आसानी रहे। Okay, so we can have this and then we put 1. Thereafter, does socially responsible investing outperform conventional investing in cross-country perspective? Does executive compensation have been a different study? So does socially responsible investing? So now this seems that this is connected or this is relevant for our work. So we give here 0 or even we give it empathy. We give 0. Thereafter, the country perspective, does executive compensation impact mandatory CSR expenditure evidence from India? So this work is also relevant for our interest. So we also keep 1. So यहाँ पर 1
0 दे रहे हैं, relevant है ना?
1 हाँ 0. Okay, fine. This is my right. So the determinants and consequences of the cause, brand association and empirical analysis. This is also related to the marketing or the corporate. So we give it 0. So similarly, we assign the score and then we put the filter. Okay. So although as of now, I am just demonstrating how to clean the data for the first step. Okay, I will not go and read each and every because this is total 800 documents, so it is not practical to read each and every title and then start doing cleaning. Okay, so this is the one way to do the cleaning. Another way to look into the keywords. Okay, so the first step is the title, thereafter the keywords. Even you can like they give first priority to the keywords and then you go to the title. Okay, both way you can do, but the I think the most preferred or most robust way to we can do the keywords. Is title. Thereafter we can look into the keywords. So the CSR authenticity, CSR level, India issue, involvement and LGBTQ, corporate social responsibility, COVID, ESG, financial performance. So our concern is to finance and business. So we just look into the things to where finance and this one is given. Business or the marketing or this kind of keywords is given there. So the financial performance is given there. CEO, CSR, expenditure, executive compensation, attitude, cost related marketing, cost brand. So these all are the relevant to the marketing, finance or the business. So we just give code according to this one. Again, the into the new raw, or column, whatever, because I'm a bit confused about the raw and column. Okay. So you can give, you just create a new column and then you assign the code. Okay. Once you assign the code, then you can apply the filter and that will be your. Okay. So this is 2 things. Apart from this, the last step is to read the abstract. Okay, and from that abstract you get insight, the better insight, and once you read the abstract, then the final sample will be your sample ready for the analysis. Fine, but I will do the analysis on this like the uncleaned sample because we don't have that much time to do the cleaning, but I have explained the procedures of the cleaning. Okay, fine. So thereafter, one very critical cleaning, and that usually missed by even more than 99% scholars. Even I open any random research articles and then we can see there were no cleaning or the proper cleaning. Any random research articles we can open and then we can find it. And that cleaning is the cleaning of keywords. For example, if there is a CSR, if there is a keyword named CSR, and if there is another keyword is called responsibility, both are same. But if in the author's keyword both keywords, the other keywords you can see CSR, CSR authenticity, CSR level India. So in this there is CSR, but here you can see corporate social responsibility, COVID-19, ESG, financial performance. Okay, so the software will consider this CSR as a separate keyword. Okay, and this corporate social responsibility it considers a separate keywords. When we start making a network or a map or any kind of analysis, so they will consider this is the two keywords, two separate keywords. Okay, and if they will consider this is the two separate keywords, so this will give the some different result. Maybe that will be the weird, or maybe that will be not like the so much relevant for our research work. Apart from this, if someone is using interchangeably this ESG, environmental social governance, or even the FDI के लिए foreign direct investments and FDI, okay, so this kind of keywords is there. Also, for example, if there is a CEO compensation, so if someone is using CEO salary, someone is using CEO compensation, okay, so this salary or the compensation components both are almost same, okay. Although the compensation includes other things, means the salary as well as the bonus and stock or the stock option. So these are the benefits included in the compensation, but the salary and compensation both are almost similar nature. So similarly, if we identify the synonyms of a keywords, okay, synonyms of the keywords, and then we replace the one synonyms with the single keywords, means for the CSR, ESG, we only keep one keywords, that is the CSR, means corporate social responsibility, ESG, environmental social governance, and CSR. So we only keep one keywords that represents all the synonyms. This is our prime, like the we can say the responsibility why we are cleaning the data. Okay. Another thing in the author name, एक बार author name पे आते हैं. Okay, so in the author name, some person has three names. Usually it takes the title and name. So for the my name, it will take Bhaskar, comma, Ratikant, or it will take Bhaskar, comma, Arvind. Okay, for my name. But for your professor of Varun name, it will take Varun Kumar Rai. So how it will take? Okay, so some journal consider Rai, comma, Varun. Okay, some journal consider Rai and then V, comma, R, so something like this. So they use this in a different way. But if he has published his work in two different journals, then both the journals have different criteria to mention the author's name. So the software will consider both the name differently, different two number of two units for the analysis, and if they will consider two units for the analysis, so definitely it will give some different result. Maybe that is not a much accurate result. Okay, so that will give some like the weird or some different kind of results which is not useful. So we have to clean the author name also. Okay, so this is most important thing, and you can like identify this particular cleaning problem in most of the bibliometric research work. Fine. अच्छा कोई ब्रेक वगैरह या कुछ देना है या
5 मिनट 10 मिनट
ठीक है, मतलब बता दीजिएगा क्योंकि मैं भूल जाता हूँ ये. ओके, सो you can from the author and the author keywords you can do the cleaning, and thereafter you start the analysis. So now let us start the analysis.
पास की वरना
हाँ, बॉस भी है ना, क्योंकि ये जो है ना कि पूरा उतना डिटेल बता नहीं रहे क्योंकि इनके लिए वो है. अच्छा, another thing, for this cleaning purpose, you can also like the leverage the AI, because if you are cleaning the keywords, so well, I have cleaned it manually. He has also cleaned manually, so it takes lots of effort to clean the documents. But thereafter, once I tried this cleaning with the Julius AI, and I have just given the prompt, and it applied the Python code, and I believe that we have exposure about the Python, how powerful it is. You can just hit the command to this Jupyter AI and it will clean everything. Okay, so अभी वो भी करेंगे.
इसमें डाउनलोड हुआ था मैक्सिस को
हाँ ये बैन कर दी शुरू से इसको एक्सप्लेन करते हैं ना. Okay, so this is the interface of the boss viewer. Boss, there are too many tools, but the most basic or we can say the most fundamental tool is boss viewer. Okay, so in this boss viewer, this is the like the overall orientation. You can see the 5 items and analysis, network visualization, overlay visualization, and density visualization. So first we will discuss about this one, this 5 items and analysis. And before go to the create open, we should go with the manual. Because if you are doing any kind of work with any software, so your first responsibility is to read the manuals. Okay. So first you read the manuals. Once you click on the manual, it open and you get the better insight about this. Acha, one more thing which I want to suggest you while doing research or even while doing any kind of things. Make a journal. Journal means a list. For example, today what you are searching. Suppose today you are searching CSR and you are getting some 70 results. Okay. After 10 or 15 days, again you might become jumbled and then you again start searching the CSR. And this is the very normal things happening in the researcher's life. We forget the things and again we are just trapped into a loop. So how to come out from that loop, how to save our time? Because time is not one of the precious things. Or the most precious things we can save. So make a journal, make an Excel sheet each and every time, date wise, and you just like the we can say you just use or you can develop this habit yourself for that is for the 2 or 3 months when you are starting your research. Writing the things, writing the numbers, keeping these journals, information what you are doing, what you have searched, which sites you have searched, how much results you got, and then why you are like the letting it go, you are not interested in this particular search engine. Okay, so there is some reason. So you just write the reasons. Yeah, the CSR I have got this much results. This is not relevant for me. Okay, and why this is not relevant for me, and accordingly you can make the journals. You can take the decision. Okay. Similarly, for any other kind of things you can also do. So first go to the manual. So this is the boss viewer manual. अच्छा ये पिक्चर का थोड़ा पॉजिटिव बढ़िया लग रहा है क्यों कलर बढ़िया लग रहा है. So this is the beauty of the boss viewer and that's why everyone is very much interested about the boss viewer. They are thinking why you are not putting the pictures from the boss viewer. Because if you use the JP or any other like the software, so that will also give the colorful picture. But this boss viewer will give more like the using colors and more vibrant colors. So that is also like attractive. So you can see this is the like the journals, journal of geographical research, physical review letters. So these are the different journals and this is the network or the connections or whatever layout is given, that layout is based on this CSV file. Okay, so this is the layout. Thereafter if you go down, बस ऐसे ही एक बार उसको स्क्रॉल कर देना फिर just share कर देते उसको. Okay, so if you scroll, so there is too many things. If you get any confusion while doing your bibliometric analysis, so you just go and explore everything, take a read of this manual, and still after reading this manual, even you are not like able to get the solution, then you can approach to your faculty members or even you can approach to me. So there are too many options to get the solution, but first you go to this menu. Okay, there are ample number of things is given there. This is the content. So each and everything like how this was will work, how to install, and this, what is the terminology, what are the interface, everything is given there. Okay, you can see this panel. पैनल पे चलते हैं.
इसी पे ही है.
इसी का पैनल इसमें था ना, 1-2 मिनट के लिए सबसे ऊपर ही था.
The picture जो था ना, बताइए।
Okay, so now I think you can see the final. This is the final overall final of the Gauss number. Here you will able to see the result. These are the criteria by which we can change the criteria of the result. Once we have a better understanding about this. And this one is the input file where we are putting the file or we are changing the like the analysis option. So this is the option where we can change the analysis. Okay. So एक बार बॉस पर चलते हैं इसको हटा दीजिए। अब आराम से टेंशन ना लीजिए। Okay, so you just click here create. In this create we have three options. The first option is create a map based on network data. Choose this option to create a map based on network data. Second one is create a map based on bibliographic data. And third one is create a map based on text data. So which file we have downloaded? We have downloaded a CSV file. In that CSV file, the all bibliographic informations are available. Bibliographic information is the information related to the research work, research title, source, abstract, authors affiliation. Okay. So choose this option, create a map based on the bibliographic data. Choose this option to create a co-authorship, even co-occurrence, citation, bibliographic coupling, or co-citation map based on the bibliographic data. Fine? Based on the bibliographic data. So that's why we select the second one. Achha, when we select first one and when we select the third one, that I will also demonstrate. So don't worry about this. But for the first time of analysis, we select this, create a map based on bibliographic data. Now again, we have the three options. Okay, again it is giving the three options. And options always confuse. So that's why we have to think wisely which option we should select. So the first one is download data through API. Yeah, do you know how to use API and what is API? In the AI system, I think those who have the exposure with the Python, they can do it. With the API just is like the command or the key, which just for example from the search engine with the Google, or even if we are interested to get this information from the Twitter or even Scopus, so they have an API. Because if we go directly and search on this particular things, then we can search. But if a AI or if a robot or if a command will go and start searching something on a particular thing, so it will not allow them to extract the data. And that's why this API used. So this API is a key to that particular search engine where we give a command or where we ask, you just give me this data because I have this key or this authentication. Okay, so there is an API for the Twitter. You can get the data, sentiments data, or the other keywords data from this API. You can also get the data from Scopus or even other database. I think in your college or in your institute, there is a subscription of Progress data. Progress database. Do you know about the Progress database? So in that database also you can use the API and then you can extract the data by using API. So it will reduce your manual work. Okay. So each and every database, each and every search engine has an API option. But as of now, we don't have any API key. So we ignore this particular first option. Second option, we have the read the data from bibliographic database file. So we have downloaded the bibliographic database file. The third option is read data from a reference manager file. So we have not downloaded that reference manager file because that was in the second segment where it is mentioned the reference managers Mendeley, Zotero, or RefWorks, something like this. So we will not consider this one also, read data from the reference manager we have downloaded data in the CSV file, and the second option again, we will choose the second option. And those who is not interested to understand these things, so they can select both the times we are selecting the second item. Both the times they are giving the three option and we are selecting the middle one or the second option. Okay, तो आप ऐसे भी कर सकते हो, but that is not the advisable. Fine. So again, select the second option, click here. Now it is giving the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 option. PubMed, Scopus, Web of Science, and Dimension and Lens. So from where we have downloaded the data? Scopus. Okay. And I recommend you to always use Scopus. Why always use Scopus? Because Scopus is the world largest database and it is very quickly get updated. So that's why you should always use Scopus. Many of the researchers, they utilize the others database like the Web of Science, Dimension, Lens, and PubMed, and also they integrate the each and every database. Okay, but for you it is not advisable. You only focus on the Scopus. Or even many of the researchers, means even out of 100, there is some 90-95% researchers they use Scopus itself. They will not use the this Web of Science or the Dimension. Okay, and you have the subscription of a Scopus. This is very costly, but the institute is giving you this luxury to enjoy the subscription of a Scopus. So I think you should explore, you should leverage the subscription or the payment done by your institute on behalf of your learning. Okay, so we have taken data from Scopus. Now select the file. So it is very simple. You can just go to the desktop. Then LR is there. We have downloaded the file in LR. But this is not the LR. OneDrive library. Let me look into this. So we have not added the file here. So let's add the file in our folder. Yes. So this is the file, Microsoft Excel, separated file. So let's copy this one and paste it into our LR folder. Control V. Okay. And then go to the select option. Again, go to the desktop. Go to the LR folder. Now it is reflected. Okay. Click OK. Click next. Now you can see. After clicking the next, you can see the type of analysis. So in the type of analysis, we can see the type of the co-authorship, co-occurrence, citation, bibliographic coupling, co-citation, and the unit of analysis is author, organization, and countries. So if we are interested to analyze co-authorship, in that case, our unit of analysis is authors. Why? Because we are interested to analyze the co-authorship. So what is the meaning of co-authorship? So what is the meaning of co-worker, co-colleague? कहीं भी हम तो लगा सकते हैं meaning of scope, co-analysis, co-worker, work together. So if you say कि co-authorship, so what does it mean? Author means of the writer of the legal owner of that, not the legal owner, but we can say the creator or the writer of that particular research work. Okay. And if there is a co-author, so can we say if two or more than two people are writing a research paper together, can we say? So 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 now you can see. Can you identify who is the co-author? Huh? They are the author. D.K. Pandey, M.K. Hassan, V. Kumari, Y.B. Jaid, and V.K. Rai. So can you say these all are the co-authors because all the researchers are working together? They are writing the research work together. So they are the co-author. And if we are going to analyze the thing, so you can see the citation. 371. It means 371 research articles or the research work they have cited for research paper. Can you see this thing? So, although he is not giving this opportunity to me, he also come and join me as a co-author and then we write a paper. But no worry, I think, yeah, he's not here, but yeah, once he will be here, then I will complain these things in front of you all. And maybe there is a possibility he will give this opportunity to me also and then start working with me. Okay, so yeah, so this is the co-authorship. Authors, we are analyzing the authors, they are working together. And then we are just using this full counting. We are not going for the fractional counting. And as of now, you just ignore this differentiation between the full counting and fractional counting. Okay. This is was your threshold file. This is the optional. Okay. Now choose the threshold criteria. The minimum number of documents of an author, minimum number of citation of an author. So if we put the author has minimum number of documents is 5. It means if an author got 5 documents or the 5 research articles or even more than 5, then this will analyze their connection or their co-authorship. Means suppose me and Varun both are writing a paper and we wrote the more than 5 papers. Okay, and then we are also writing a paper together. So then it will take us in the analysis. So for this instance, if we are taking 5 documents, minimum 5 documents, in that case, we are only able to get out of 1,661 authors, only 28 meet the threshold. Means this criteria. If we add another threshold related to the citation, and if we add at least one citation they receive, so in that case, you can see this is the 21. And yeah, so for this, we have to click on the next. So again, this is the 21 total author who has one citation. If we increase this citation and then you can go. So again, you can see there is still 28. If you increase this to 5 citation and 5 documents, in that case, again, you will see the 28 documents. But if I include this citation, suppose I am adding this 20 citations, in that case, it is reduced because we have increased or we have uplifted the criteria and there are very few authors who meet this criteria. So if we keep the default, before going to the default, why we are keeping this criteria to select or to do the analysis? Any insight or any your understanding or your common sense why we are adding or we are putting this criteria for the analysis? Relevant criteria. If there will be too many things, if we will not put any criteria, so there will be too many things, too many authors, and if there is too many authors, so it creates a messy figure. And if it creates a messy figure, then it is difficult to identify or even get the more refined information. So that's why we are putting the criteria. So now you can see, if we are keeping it one citation, so we are keeping it at least one citation and 5 documents. So in that case, there is total 28 authors. You can see this is the name of the author. Okay. Again, you can see some of the authors as like Bhasa Varja, Adikere K, then Dandin SB. So again, here they have used the S.B. Okay, and here they have used the different style of writing the author name, which we initially we just talked about this one, how why this cleaning is required. Okay, because both of the journal or even both name of the authors are in a different style, and due to this, it will consider the same authors as a different unit of analysis, and that will give a wrong result or even the inaccurate result. But yeah, so let's finish it. Now it is saying that some of the items in your networks are not connected to each other. So the largest set of connected items consists of 4 items. Do you want to show this set of items instead of all the items? So if I click yes, then it will only show the 4 items which connected, or the 4 authors who connected to each other, means they have co-authored the research work. And if I click no, then it will show the all 28 authors. So let's select no. Now you can see. So this Bhattacharya, Som Sekhar, so he has no connection with the others. Okay, means he is not cooperating with someone else. Fine, but if we select on this Suresh Kumar Nair, so you can see Suresh Kumar Nair is okay. So Suresh Kumar Nair is connected with other 1, 2, 3 researcher of the author, and he is co-authoring with the other teacher. Okay, but what is the purpose of this analysis? What is the purpose of it? Suppose you want to work with some knowledgeable or even a person who is very fond of your particular research area or particular research field. So you have to identify a person who is also ready or interested to make the connection. Okay, and then you identify that Suresh Kumar Nair is more networking people, or even he is also ready to work with some other research worker. So in that case, you ask him, you write a mail, and then you ask about your proposal or your work, and then you also ask him, can you collaborate or can you join our research, and then give your insight, your expert opinion about this particular research. Fine. So this is the one way, or this is the one purpose. Another purpose is in this node, there are some another thing which if you click on this line, so below you can see in this lowest panel, so the item 1, and this is the most visible, but yeah, so this is showing the item 1, Kalpana Gubana V, and then item 2, Suresh Kumar Nair, both are connected to each other, and the link strength is 5. Okay, so what is this link strength? They have brought 5 research articles together. Okay, they have brought 5 research articles together, and for this, how we can verify this? Again, we go back to the Excel, and then we identify in दोनों के साथ में कितने पेपर हैं. Okay, so we identify how many research articles they have brought together, and then we do the verification. If it is not there, it means that there is some glitch or there is some misinformation given in the Excel file. So again, we have to go for the cleaning. Okay.
again, if you go for this one, so like the Bhasva Raja Hadike, and then item 2 is Dandin S.B, link strength is 6. Okay, Acha, this all information you will get from two places. So when we are creating this particular thing, यहाँ पे आप आ जाओ, तो this one. This file also we export in form of text file or the delimited file, and when you copy this each and everything, you can see the documents is 6. Okay, so this particular author, Bhasva Raja, had total 6 documents. Citation is 8, but the total link strength is 16. It means he has got some this 6 paper, but he has collected with the different number of authors. And those authors have also have some number of paper on that. And for this picture, it is given the total link strength. Fine. Apart from this, basically you can download this one. You can make the correction, because if you go for the reporting, in that reporting, the name you can see, the name is in small letter. Okay, and if you make it in a standard format, like the capitalize at least the first letter of the name, so then it will be beautiful. It will be more like representative, and that's why you have to export the file at the first instance, and then you change the do the corrections. Okay, also you can like make the consistency, जो भी इनके नाम है, you can make the consistency. Fine. तो यहाँ तक you have any question or any doubt, or yes, in the if you have any question, then I will explain. Yes. It is random. You can also change the color. अभी देखो इसमें बहुत सारी चीजें कर सकते हैं. अभी देखो ये जो कलर है, यस
सर, ये जो है ये डाटा मतलब रेफरेंसिंग के लिए यूज कर सकते हैं.
हाँ, ये चार्ट आप रेफरेंसिंग के लिए यूज कर सकते हो, बट कहाँ यूज कर सकते हैं?
सर एग्जैक्टली.
हाँ, प्रॉब्लम क्या है ना कि मान लो कि कोई सैनिक है और उसको हमने दे दिया AK-47 की जॉब है, तुम्हें लड़ाई करनी है, ठीक है, उसने वो ले लिया, बट उसे पता नहीं है कि उसको यूज कहाँ करना है. अब वो लेके घूम रहा है, equipped with the lots of advanced machines and technology and everything, but he don't know how to use it or where to use it. Even he know how to use it, but he don't know where to use it. ठीक है. So if we are equipped with the skills, we have to also know where to use this particular skill. Okay, and if we use that skill at the wrong place, so that skills become more disadvantageous for us. Okay, so we have to think accordingly. So where to use it? So we have to explain the relationship between the co-authors, their intellectual connections, how people are intellectually connected to each other. In that case, we use this particular diagram of the network. We show the networking capacity or the networking possibilities, and thereafter we also write in this particular field, these are the 4 and 5 authors who are very much active, and also they are very much enthusiastic to collaborate to each other. Because research is a thing of collaboration. If someone is doing research individually, it means they are not sharing their knowledge to other person. And in economics, I think you all have studied that resources are limited. I thought it is unlimited. Resources are limited. Okay, so resources are limited, and the like the requirement of the resources or even utilities are unlimited, because populations are increasing day by day. Even the earth the space are very limited. ठीक है, आप देख लो कि वो कितने में समुद्र कितने में पड़ा हुआ है, sea is there, and thereafter very less space available for the human beings. Most of the space are also occupied by the jungles or the other things. But still we are destroying the jungles, and then also destroying the different species, and we are utilizing पहले क्या था कि पहले विलास बनते थे. Even in my institutes, initially they given the villas to the each and every faculties, but now once the things are like the contracting or the resources are become constraints, now they have given the flat. So they have given the towering means 5 or 6 flats, and even we have also approached about this now. Each and every time we got a villa, where gardening and everything is given there in our quarter. But why they have given this flat? But everything is like the depend upon the availability of the resources and their utility or the usability. So similarly, why I have given this particular example I forgot. Resources का मैंने क्यों दिया था उसको? हाँ? नहीं उसको
सर आप बता रहे थे कि ये अपने नहीं कर सकते census में कैसे
yes. So why researchers should be like the required to share their knowledge, their skills, because resources are limited, and if scholars are not ready to share their skills on the things, then it will be more costlier, and if it is more costlier, then it will be not beneficial for the human race or even for this nature or for this earth or universe. Because we are, so our purpose is to minimize the utilization or like the optimize the usage of the resources, or that optimize the output from the resources. Okay, so this is the one thing, and that's why we have to look into the collaboration. Now again, this is the very subjective things. From this network, the information only given in which one is connected to which person, what ground, how much connections, how much strength is there. Now it's your understanding how you are like the explaining this particular things. कुछ लोग क्या बोलेंगे कि they only report these things कि this person A is highly connected with the person B, and again person X is highly connected to the person Y. Okay, and this was the highly collaborative or the intellectual networks between this and this. So this is the reporting. But in research, we should not prefer the reporting. Along with the reporting, we have to become analytical or critical. So we have to give the positive aspects as well as the negative aspects of this particular network. Fine. So it is again up to you. अच्छा, one more thing you can do. You just take this network analysis. अभी यहाँ पे क्या करेंगे, इसका एक आउटपुट लेंगे. चलिए थोड़ा सा एक्सप्लोर करते हैं कि how AI is giving interpretation of this particular thing. Because देखो, I always encourage students to use AI. I always encourage, because we can't avoid this thing. If we start fighting with the AI, fighting with the technology, so we like the use our all energy only with the fighting. So constructive things remains unused or even unexplored. So we have to work on constructive things and accept the AI or even accept the any technological changes, and then explore ourselves, advanced ourselves. Okay. So for this, suppose I am taking this one. So from where I can take this, so you can see. Create open option we will discuss later on. Save, share, and screenshot. So we just take a screenshot of this particular thing. Okay, screenshot, and then we are just writing it. This is co-authorship. What happened? यहाँ पे है ना ये create, open, save, share, and screenshot. Okay, so we just write it co-authorship. Then click save. Now you can see it is in this. Okay, अब अगर हम इसको if we give this to the chat GPT, दे दो इसको चैट जीपीटी को, देन पूछते हैं क्या बताता है वो. Okay, but don't give command to ChatGPT that write the interpretation or write the interpretation of this result, write the result of this diagram. Don't give a command like this. Use it smartly. जैसे कि मान लो कि आपने वो सुना है वो चिराग वाला कि उसने वो अलादीन का चिराग था फिर उन्होंने they just rubbed that चिराग and then the got a jinn. So the jinn started speaking what I can do for the good for you my so yeah or he has given the command ki कुछ ये सर्च करो या whatever. So it is all up to you कि how you are utilizing your gene. The AI is your gene and how you are utilizing. If you are utilizing asking to just go and bring me a glass of water, just go bring me up with the milk. So Jepto can do these things. Jepto can bring the water, Jepto can bring the milk or the other things. So for the AI, you can do the most critical or the most analytical things. So you can attach it or even you can upload it. So co-authorship. Okay. Now you just ask what are the possible way to analyze this co-authorship network diagram. Okay, then the threshold is 5 minimum documents and 1 minimum citation. 1 minimum citation. Okay. So what are the possible way to analyze this co-authorship network diagram? The threshold is 5 minimum documents and 1 minimum citations. Okay. Try to give critical, analytical, as well as constructive view. Let's see कि ये क्या देता है. Okay. Let's see. किसको देगा? Video is a critical, analytical, and constructive discussion. Okay, so identify the clusters and thematic communities. Each color-coded group represents a clusters of authors who frequently collaborate. These clusters often indicate shared research topics, intellectual and digital collaborations, supervisions, network, example, PhD advisors and students, critical nodes, clusters may be articles of the co-authorship. Density. अच्छा क्या है ना कि many of the things it will give inaccurate. Okay, so that also we have to keep in mind कि what it is giving in because क्या है ना कि course हाँ okay so we will meet after the also the question to you, you just frame your question, discuss with your classmates or the friends in the break. Okay, and then you can frame the questions. Okay. So thank you very much. We will meet in the second next session.
Yeah, you should catch one. Yeah, आपको चाहिए. Yeah, आपको चाहिए. देखिए.
वो मुझे सारा किया था सर को ये ये भाई चार किया फिर नाम पर कौन बात है वो तुम शायद हमने नहीं होते लेकिन इनको सब जाने का मतलब है ना मुझे सब पास करके दिया रहता है हम के लिए कोई नहीं सकता पर साफ को भी है तो अच्छा 5 मिनट मिनिमम में करो जब भी करो बोले एक बार बैठ से दो बार मेरा पेपर था वो मैं डिस्कस कर लेता था इसमें इंटीग्रेशन सिस्टम कर लेता वो गया एक्टिविटी में जो कि मतलब ये स्टार्ट से शुरू करता हूँ पूरा दिया डिवीजन मिला मेरे 2 पेपर एक्टिविटी थे उसके बाद मैंने सेलेक्ट करो कि एक क्वेश्चन डिवीजन मिला डिवीजन का मैंने डिवाइड करके भेजा डिवाइड करने के बाद 3 फिगर में पॉजिटिव पेपर दिया इसमें बोला कि पहले वाले मॉड्यूल के लिए खराब और उसके बेसिस पे वो पेपर दिया अभी वो पेपर भूल रहा है कहीं पब्लिश नहीं हो रहा है कहीं इसको मैंने उसको इतना अच्छा वो पेपर है कि मैंने उसको कहीं भी एबीसी में नहीं डाला और एबीसी ये मैं नहीं डाला मैं उसको एबीएस 3 कर हाँ एबीएस 3 एबीएस एक अलग एक चीज है जो कि तो वो एबीएस 3 मैं उसको एबीएस 3 ट्राई करता है अभी मुझे लग रहा है कि 5 साल हो गया डेटा अभी आना गया ये मार्केट भी करेगा इसको एबीसी के करना पड़ेगा
ये पैसे की कई जगह काफी वैसा
सब जगह नहीं लगता जैसे कैसे
कुछ लोग सॉल्यूशन दिए कुछ लोग
कोई सॉल्यूशन क्या दो
ऐसा करता है ठीक है तो मुझे पता है ना उसका जब मैं देखो हम देखते हैं
मुश्किल में वो ये लगता है एक्सपीरियंस ये बुद्धि के है काफी फ्रेंडली स्कूल है इसमें समझते लगता है हर एक चीज और वो जो पैसा लेते हैं वो आपसे कोई एक ही विभाग के पेपर है और वो पैसा लेते हैं हमारे गाड़ी की 2-3 वीडियो नहीं है उसका वो आता है एकदम घर लेके कि बाहर टीवी तो फ्रेंड्स को रिपोर्ट अच्छी है
मैं शिकायत नहीं करूंगा इधर कॉलेज बहुत अच्छा है
दिखाया काफी कुछ खास है
अभी ना बुरा लग गया ये आपको क्या
अरे तो मिल जाओगे तो आगे कर सकते और आगे मेरे जीवन से क्या पढ़ना Profit ratio is profit loss हो जाता है वो मेरे सामने ratio खाएगी कुछ नहीं या फिर हम ये जैसे ही इसके फिर केसेस बने ना एक केस होता है कि वो उसकी ब्रेक में आएगा नेक्स्ट सेशन कैसे निकलेंगे सर्च कैसे करोगे उसमें It's very good. Yeah, honestly, definitely. Thank you. इसकी अटेंडेंस में आप अपने अटेंडेंस का सब बेसिक or sorry, people of your body. Also, we see for the same that. So we got here and we are not supposed to say the point and they are what is that. मैंने भी बोला था बट ये काम के साथ नहीं करना मैंने मेरे दिमाग मुझे नहीं लगता और इसमें एक स्टेप पॉलिसी है तो जितनी कंसेप्ट है और मतलब बात फॉर बेटर कि टू पे
Welcome again, and let's start the analysis. So, yeah, before starting the analysis, I think I also want to ask you all, you frame some questions, or you can talk with your friends, and then identify or frame some questions, which will help you enhance your understanding. So, anyone has any question related to this particular things, or whatever we have covered till now? So any question related to this one? Fine. So there is no question. So there is only two possible conditions if students are not asking the question. So the first condition is they are not understanding the things, or the second condition is they are understanding perfectly, and the resource person is explaining each and everything very perfectly. So I believe the first one, I think it may be the first conditions. Either you are not understanding or you are not interested, so that's why you are not asking question, because no one is perfect. So question should be asked for each and every session, and if you are not asking, then there is some problem. Okay, because the first requirement of a research is asking question. So if you are not asking the question, so shall I ask question to you? So till now, my first question is what kind of filtering or the editing we can do in this data file, this CSV Excel. What kind of editing we can do, and why we should do those all editing? But why we do the coding differently, but why we do the editing? Why editing required? Apart from saving the time, because I explained this thing. Okay. I shared that we are cleaning the data because we are making our data more robust and relevant for the research. If there is some inconsistent or inconsistent or inaccurate, okay, so that data may hamper our overall output because in the input we are giving some unrequired or inaccurate things. And if we give this kind of things in our input, so definitely it will affect to the output. Okay? So this is the main purpose of cleaning the data. Right? So okay, so these are the output we received from Chat GPT or AI. Acha, one more thing, because I have explored like the 4 or 5 or even other AIs. So for the financial things, you can use the Perplexity, the financial news or the other things. And for the writing purpose, you can use the Chat GPT. Writing, you see asking suggestions or other things. And for the question answer and accuracy, you can use the Gemini AI. And for the factual correctness and the richness of the fact, you should go for the Grok XAI. So this is my own like the understanding or the perceptions related to the AI, and it differs from person to person. So maybe according to you, the preference may be changed, but this is my preference or this is my observation for the AI. Okay, so now the centrality measures, conceptual 7 through not shown in numericals. So just ignore this one, this centrality measures. Then critical cautions, visual proximity influence automatically, network centralities should be validated. So we'll just ignore these all things. I think it has given too many things. So the collaboration intensity and density. Okay. So indicate high internal collaboration likely represents a cohesive research group, a lab with multiple co-authors, output, long-term research partnership. So you just focus these things, this first one, which is the collaboration intensity and density. Loose clusters or isolated nodes, this may include narrow specializations, independent researchers meeting the minimum thresholds, but not forming collaborative networks, authors bridging different topics, but rarely co-authoring. So there's information and you just focus the explanation on the basis of this one. Thereafter, bridging authors or the brokers or boundary spanners. So these individuals are potentially connect with 2 different thematic or institutional groups. They can play roles in introducing new methods to different groups, encouraging multidisciplinary work, or facilitating knowledge exchange. So all things we have already discussed. These 3 points and the other 3 points were about using the different topics, but rarely co-authoring. So this we have discussed. So you only focus this kind of things. Apart from this, if it is giving something else or some other suggestions, so ignore those all suggestions because AI give n number of suggestions, but we can't incorporate all the suggestions in our research paper, right? So, okay. So, where is the boss viewer? Okay. So this is the one analysis you can put. Okay. Apart from this, if you go to the create, then if you go to the co-occurrence, so what is the meaning of co-occurrence? What is the meaning of co-occurrence? Can you say something is occurring together? Can we say something is occurring together, similar like the co-worker? They work together, so co-occurrence means they occur together. So, what are the things occur together? Because co-citation we have already seen, or the co-authorship. Citation is in the below section, the below one, the last one is the co-citation, and bibliographic coupling. So this is the most important thing of this bibliometric research. We will focus on this bibliographic coupling and co-citation in tomorrow session. Okay, but today we will focus on this co-occurrence. So there is total 3 keywords. There is total 3 keywords, and it analyzes all 3 keywords. So first, let's look into the Excel file where these keywords are located. So for this purpose, let me open the Excel file. This is the Excel file. Now you can navigate this keyword, author keyword, the first one. Thereafter, you can see the index keyword, and then you can see here you have another option, the all keywords. Okay, so all keywords means ki the including index and author keyword. This will be the all keywords. So our unit of analysis will be all keywords. Okay, if we are focusing on only author keywords, so in that case it will consider the analysis. It will consider the unit of analysis is this one, this author keyword. Okay, now you can see okay, so now you can see the keywords given here. And this is the one of the most important analysis, and which make your research paper very beautiful as well as very informative. Okay, so this is the one of the very intensive, or you can say the very explanatory analysis. But before doing this, be remember the cleaning. Once you do the cleaning, and thereafter run this particular analysis. Okay, so these are the keywords. अब देखते हैं कि what kind of analysis boss viewer is giving on these keywords. So I am selecting author keywords, co-occurrence. Again, the threshold you can see, minimum number of occurrences of a keyword is 5 times. It means कि one keyword occur at least 5 or more than 5. It is ignoring the keywords which occur less than 5, and the total number of keywords or the output we are getting after keeping this threshold is 97. We can increase this one to make our diagram so vibrant or so clean. Then click next. There is total 34 keywords. Click finish. Now you can see how it looks. It is looking nice. उसको दिखा बढ़िया सा. Okay, so can you see? And everyone generated this particular keywords. Everyone generated. What everyone? Please load the file. You have downloaded the file. Okay. So now go to the location and then load the file. Okay. Any problem? Everyone generated the file. Everyone generated. Okay, now you can see Okay, so now you can see here we have two keywords in this graph. Why I'm saying each and every time cleaning is most important thing. Here, corporate social responsibility. There is one node that is representing corporate social responsibility. And again, the bigger node, this one, color, I think girls better recognize the colors. So you can recognize the colors and give the name. It is violet or something, no? ऐसे कुछ है. So this violet color's corporate social responsibility is bigger comparatively to this red one, but both are showing the same keyword, CSR. अब आप बताओ कि how can it possible कि a single person living in two houses or they just represent the two places? Corporate social responsibility technically or logically it should be at a single node, but it is appearing at the two different nodes. This is not technically correct or logically correct. Because if you click here, so in the bottom panel, you can see the cluster file, link 32 and total link strength 475. Okay. Occurrences is 412. It means that the CSR occurred at 412 times, 412 times. And if you click this one, so here you can also see if this is like the reported in the research paper as corporate social responsibility bracket CSR. And that's why the software is taking it two separate keywords or two separate identity of analysis. So this will be problematic. We have to first clean the data and then we run the analysis. Fine. And if we include the occurrences of this one, so 43, so the total occurrences will be 412 plus 43. This should be the actual occurrences, but this software is showing that there is two separate keywords. So we have to clean it and then we have to rerun the analysis. However, let's understand this graph or this network, the colors and other things. Because each and every color has its own meaning. Although the color assigned to each and every group is random, but each and every color has a meaning. Okay. So, and how we like to know about this one? Okay, which colors means what and why each and every one has given a like a different color. So just look into this blue one. Okay. So you just look into the blue one. After looking into the blue one, India, social responsibility, mandatory CSR, earnings management, emerging economies, emerging markets, corporate reputation and purchase intention. So these are some keywords which are represented by same color. Is there any similarities between these blue color keywords? Emerging economy, emerging market. Then if some some firm is doing CSR, so how they are developing their reputation in the market? And mandatory CSR, when it is implemented, when mandatory CSR implemented? No? It is implemented in 2016,
13.
company said 2013, but it is implemented in 2014. Okay. And 1st April 2014, it starts implemented, and the reporting year was next year. Okay. So on the 31st March 2015, the data of the CSR start reported in the company's annual report. Right. Section 7, section 135, schedule 7. And in the schedule 7 or the schedule 8, maybe the schedule 7 or schedule 8, there are total 12 activities. But yeah, उसपे बात नहीं करते हैं because I did my PhD, so that's why I remember this all thing. Because I have spent 5 years on this particular topic. I have also created one CSR measurement, which I used in my PhD thesis, and that is like the no one used in India, so I have used that CSR. Or even in the globe, there is one or two scholars they have used, but I have made this for the Indian context for that much large sample. So this is the one of the unique things where I have measured the CSR depth and engagement. So that is the different thing. So each and every colors have the different meaning. You can see this is related to the emerging things, reputation. Okay, no, this corporate reputation comes from this one, this CSR, because this is connected to the CSR. Purchase intention is also connected with the CSR, this violet color. But the blue color is only talking about social responsibility, India, mandatory CSR, earnings management, emerging economies, emerging market. It means that once it introduced in 2014, the mandatory CSR introduced in India, and thereafter how companies start behaving towards the CSR, how the CSR affecting to the emerging market, how their earnings management, because CSR is one of the things which comes with the expenditure. So how that expenditure is affecting to the earnings, or even that is managing from the earnings, or how it is connected with the social responsibility. Apart from this, you can also focus on this green one. So in the green one, there is again the short form of the CSR. Again, this would not be here, because this is also equal to this like the corporate social responsibility, both all the keywords are same. So we should replace this CSR from corporate social responsibility, मतलब make each and everything like the equal. So ऐसा करते हैं कि why not we only convert this corporate social responsibility CSR and this CSR bracket corporate social this corporate social responsibility bracket CSR into one term, and that term is CSR. Okay, so if we convert and then start the analysis, then I think the picture will be something different. So एक बार कर लें उसको. Okay, so for this purpose I will leverage the Julius AI. So meanwhile मतलब we also get a demonstration for this one. So JULIUS Julius AI, chat with your data. Try Julius free. So for one email ID, I think for each and every month it gives the 25 chats. So let's continue. अच्छा, if I continue with my own ID, so देखते हैं. इसमें तो बहुत सारी चीजें होंगी, but yes. Okay, so there are too many chats, but yeah. So first we upload the data here. So this is our data. So why you all started talking? Is it not interesting? If it is not interesting, then you can tell me. So this is the file. You just give the command here. Clean the. Okay. So clean the author keywords. Clean the author keywords and keep one keywords for all similar or the synonyms, similar keywords slash I am very bad in writing the spelling sweet. तो सही कर लेगा स्पेलिंग चेक नहीं लग रहा है सिनोनिम्स आप मुझे स्पेलिंग बता दो सिनोनिम्स का NONY ओके NY ओनली MS ओके फाइन अब ये ले लेगा ओके फॉर इंस्टेंस you consider CSR in the place of corporate social responsibility. Okay, let's see कि ये करता क्या है. Okay, so let's see. Now again, start writing the Python code. Okay, and you can understand the Python code because it is very easy. Python code, understanding the Python code, it is easy कि what it is writing. So you can get insight कि it is logical or not. ठीक है. So you can see the command they have used. Okay. So the command they have used, you can understand the command. Import pandas pd and they have imported the file. Then they have applied the scopus df equal to pd read csv. Okay. Thereafter print scopus. So they have printed the author keywords. Then the clinical map, corporate social responsibility, CSR corporate, CORP, corp social responsibility is equal to CSR, corporate responsibility is equal to CSR. Then corporate social responsibilities, it has taken the CSR and now CSR is equal to, it has taken the CSR. So now you can see we have only given one thing. You just consider CSR, corporate social responsibility as CSR. But by itself, it is taking this corporate social responsibility also as CSR. So this is 1 or 2 steps ahead from our instruction. Although this will not there is a possibility it will not be perfect, but whatever command we are giving, this one is taking or when this one is working even 1 or 2 steps ahead from that command. Okay. So apart from this, normalize the keywords. So they are normalizing, then cleaning strings. If this is strings, so they are converting it, and then return then text. So string cell. Thereafter, authors keyword clean, and then they have like the reported output file. But although there is one problem. What are such? नहीं सारे ऐसा क्या होगा कि जैसे अभी हमने इसको कमांड दिया कि ओनली कंसीडर सीएसआर. अब अगर हम इसे कमांड देंगे और इवन वी आर इंटरेस्टेड टू क्लीन ऑल द कीवर्ड्स, सो हम बोलेंगे कि यू आल्सो look into the other keywords and if you find there is any similarities you just clean them. So command देना पड़ेगा, then it will clean all the keywords and also ask you whatever process you are doing, you just also give a report of each and every keywords cleaning. So in that case, it will give a report, and once you look into the report, then you find how it has cleaned the data, what are the keywords it replaced. Okay, so then you get better insight. For example, in this cleaning process, it has not cleaned keywords where it is mentioned CSR bracket corporate social responsibility bracket CSR. So this AI does not clean that particular keyword. So again, we will get that particular issue in this particular file. But chalo koi nahi. First let's
So now you can download it here. Okay, right now the synonyms dictionary is focused on CSR related variants as you requested, using CSR in place of corporate social responsibility and similar. If you want, I can extend this to ESG, environmental social governance, SRI, and other reoccurring terms in your data set. So it is much smarter than us. As of now, it is much smarter. It is asking ki, what should be the next step. So even if you can say कि I can extend this. So kindly extend it as you ask for other keywords. Okay. And then give a clean CSV files. CSV files. Okay. So it is also very quick. Only the our task is to just keep our eyes on this particular AI, because if we become a bit lazy, so it will take the leverage of our laziness and then it will do anything with the data and like the mislead or even disturb the data file. So it is like the students, we have to keep our eyes and every time on the students, otherwise they start taking the leverage of the freedom or liberty. So that's why now let's save this one. Anyone can see. डाउनलोड में होगा. Corpus exported. Keywords extended. I think this यही है ना? So let me bring ये वाला है ना? Extended. जैसा क्यों लग रहा है कि ये क्लीन, तो हमें नहीं लग रहा है कि इसने किया है. नहीं किया है. हम्म. 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 ये भी क्लीन नहीं हुआ है. हो सकता है कि ये फाइल में कुछ
फाइल तो वही है।
सेपरेट फुली सेपरेट
ये फाइल तो वही होगी। और CSR and corporate social responsibility, हाँ। So it has not cleaned, हाँ वो थोड़ा सा, हाँ ये वाला हमने नहीं चेक किया ना, बट एक बार हम यहाँ भी चेक कर लें। So the author keyword, हाँ it has not cleaned, so the output file has not been cleaned or edited. Okay, so once it will give the clean file, let's see. देखते हैं। ये कैसे होगा ये? आपके सिस्टम में कुछ ऐसा है या सेटिंग इस बार कर लीजिए। Okay, so I think it is downloaded in your system, and then you created the diagram. It has cleaned. The data file is cleaned now.
Yes, sir.
So ये देखो ये start cement it is very clean. Okay, and each and every keywords we can let the see very clearly. But let's start getting up right. Okay, so everyone is clean. Now the result is different from our earlier one. The unclean documents and then the clean documents. Okay, so कोई बात नहीं, इसमें किसी में कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो रहा होगा, हम पेन ड्राइव लेके किसी और से ले सकते हैं क्लीन फाइल। ठीक है, so if you have the clean files, you can give the clean file in this pen drive and then we will do the analysis. This is not the problem, because if the things is working in your system and if it is not working in my system, so this is not the problem. We can do the things. We have a pen drive मिल नहीं रहा है। So who has the clean file? Everyone has the clean file. Okay. So you just keep the clean file and then we will do the analysis. अभी टाइम था अपने पास में 5 मिनट बाद। ओके, सो बाकी चीजें फिर कल करते हैं। बस की बात हाँ ये वाला एनालिसिस एक बार डेमोंस्ट्रेट कर देते हैं उसके बाद। Okay, so meanwhile, I'm just demonstrating one of my paper. Okay, उससे कुछ तो आइडिया मिल ही जाएगा। So this is one of my Okay, so this is the paper. This is one of my highly cited research article. But yeah, so fine. Now I think you are able to look into this diagram. Okay, so in this diagram I have made for the CBDC, Central Bank Digital Currency. Okay, so in this diagram you can see the central topic or the central theme is this CBDC. Although the size is not that much big or the node is not that much big. And why it is not that much big? Because I have given some different threshold. Okay, so here I have given some like the ready-made or the threshold on the basis of my own interpretation, and then I have the explanation for each and everything. But the central theme is this CBDC, and thereafter this 34 emergent. How many other keywords is connected with this CBDC? So all other 34 keywords is connected, and that's why it is in the center. And this is the topic of my research. Okay, Central Bank Digital Currency, Literature Review, Research and Future Research Agenda. Review of Literature and Future Research Agenda. So we can see this CBDC is connected with the stable coins. Okay, and stable coins is connected with the other 14 keywords. So from this connection, the keywords which is very less connected with the other keywords, for example, if you identify the money creation. Okay, so the money creation is connected with only 6 keywords. And what are those 6 keywords we can identify by this network line? And then we can get an insight if this money creation can be connected with some other keywords, but it has not been connected. So that may be the one of the future research agenda. That may be one of the future research agenda. Apart from this, each and every color represents some similarities, and on the basis of that similarities, it has assigned the color, and that color also fall under the different clusters. So there are some different 4 or 5 clusters. Okay, we have to identify the colors. Once you count the different number of colors, we can say these are the numbers of clusters. Okay, so from tomorrow onward, we will discuss more about these particular things, how to identify research gap. Okay, how to identify research gap. Till cleaning we did, and tomorrow we have the 3 things. One is the bibliographic coupling, citation analysis, and thereafter this keyword co-occurrence, and then identifying the clusters, research gaps. Okay, so on the basis of these 3 things, you can develop a paper and which can be published in Scopus Red Journal. At least it can be published in Scopus Red Journal. Because this only you have to do these 3 things. Rest of the things you can do as the like the this table and everything you can prepare Excel itself. So only by applying the Excel, like the pivot table and other things, you can prepare this one. So this will take hardly 5 to 10 minutes. How to make this each and every table, and then the explanation of each and every table. Fine. So yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bhaskar, for those profoundly informative session. The insights shared today on bibliometric analysis and research ethics are essential building blocks for our students' dissertation's journeys. We are truly grateful for your time and expertise, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And now we can take 20 minutes break. Thank you so much.
नहीं यार पहले चल लेगा बैग नहीं चलता अब क्या बंद रहेगा तो कर सकते नहीं नहीं चलो नहीं यार देखिए मुझे उसका वेट है मैं नहीं कर पाऊंगी यार कितनी होगा मुझसे अब एक काम करते हैं एक पेज पार्ट है के ऊपर अटेंडेंस सेशन हुई थी अब मैं और नहीं जाना नहीं है भाई इसके बाद कोई भी सब चल जाना बहुत लेट आए हम 10 बजे से बैठे हैं 10 क्या पता टूल्स वगैरह बता दे बस किसी उसको रुकती नहीं हुआ कि ऐसे ही अभी वाली सुबह की नहीं सेकंड सेशन यार थर्ड सेशन की भी ले लो कहाँ है सेकंड सेशन की अटेंडेंस ये यार तेरा बाहर यार चलो अब की भी आ जाएंगे वापस Yes, that's doing something. मैं खाना खाने जा रही हूँ। मैं बहुत फूले का आजकल मैं टूल्स बनाएगी। चल, कुछ खा के आते हैं।
Everyone can leave.
पता नहीं आपसे कौन निकल रहा है क्या हो पैसे देते हैं तो 5 पेज का 5 दो लगते हैं वहां से चलो 21 पेज थे उसमें मैंने लिए थे सिस्टम इज फाइन नो व्हाट द स्पीकर सिंगल पेज तो नंबर्स दिस इज 42% इज फाइन ये
स्पीच दे रहे फोटो खिंचा ले लिंक में डाल दीजिए
तू तो खींच ले, तुझे लग भी रही है जैसे कुछ देने आई है।
तीन घंटे बैठ के अगर इतनी बार जाते हैं इतना कैसे एक बात पर हम सवाल क्यों बताएं तो लिटरेचर तो एक्चुअली ये सब आपने सब बता दिया मैं कर लेता सर नहीं पर हमसे डोरी करनी चाहिए ना तो मुझे बस थर्ड सेशन की यार एलन में लंच कैसे लिखा हूं मैंने बिल्कुल वेट किया पड़े टीचर नहीं मिला समझ में लेकिन कैसे खाऊंगी से मेरा पेट भरा हुआ है तो खाना नहीं ये चलती हूँ जितना होगा खाना स्वाद भी खाती घर में वैसे सीखे पंजाबी तो पंजाबी घर में हमारा ऊपर पंजाबी है ना हाँ वो पंजाब के गाने सर बचमुड़ा बठिंडा बठिंडा जिंदगी में जय वो जिंदगी राटी को हिमाचल को ये रास्ते में तो पंजाबी सही बचपन से लेके फोर्थ क्लास में पंजाबी मैंने तो सीढ़ी का साउंड मूवी में ही देखा है पठान को मिलाते हैं हमारे स्टेशन पठान को कितना दूर पड़ता है हम मालवा में आते हैं मालवा में मैं जब जम्मू जा रही थी तो पठान को शिफ्ट नहीं आया कहाँ से दिल्ली या पेपर पंजाबी का फंक्शन सब लोग लाना होता है जो है बाइक की घूमते हैं तैयार कर दिया पतला वो सारे
इसको नीचे ले सकते हैं नहीं जो डॉक्टर ये ले लो ये ले लो हाँ नहीं मैं डॉक्टर ही
टीचर ने बुलाया था मुझे 40 नंबर ये सिर्फ नाथन सर का असेसमेंट करने की है पर ये जो रिसर्च के लिए 40 नंबर को 40 नहीं हो सकता अब क्या करें हां तो मेरे दोस्त तो आप ही चाहिए पूरे दोस्त तो आप चाहिए हां तो चार जाएंगे पूरा मुझे ना देखा मुझे बेटा के पास 70 रही है ये सही है जरूर नहीं भाई और एक मैंने भगवान ने डब्बा नहीं भर गया दे रहा तो मैंने वो फाइल हाथ से ना अरे आज भी लास्ट टेस्ट ये सिलेंडर को मैं बोल अकेले टेस्ट नहीं सर नहीं फिर से खाना ही पड़ता है आज से यार से किधर तो आपके बच्चे जल्दी पढ़ने आते हैं और हम दिल्ली वाले सीरियस हमें बेटे के लिए हाँ मैं तो वही सपना तो तुमको उधर चला स्वास्थ्य मैं जाती नहीं सब लोग कुछ करता ही मैंने लगती है तो मैं पानी मैं गाड़ी में भी तो मैं आने करती है मैं बोली थी ये मतलब मैंने क्या सोचा कि ये मुझे वैसे अभी सालियों में लग गया कॉल में हाँ ये हमारे ना मुझे अब जब करें स्टोरी साइंस तो अपना वो फ्री सर मेरे को एक थैला दे दो सर बोल रहे हैं इसमें सामान है नहीं है मैंने बोला है कि मैं पढ़ा दूंगी वो पढ़े ना मेरे लिए क्या तुम मैं घर भी ऐसा बढ़िया था 3 दिन में तो आते रहते हम तो ये गाड़ी क्या रोज खाई कपड़े लाएंगे आएंगे अच्छा कोई प्रैक्टिकल कोई शॉपिंग करके चलाती हूँ ये किसी को सब चलेगा सुना होगा रख लो क्या केवल एक सुना ये सब ब्रांड है बैग में रख लो मेरे को लग रहा है कि चोरी करेगी ऐसे ही जैसे था वो मैं साल से चली जाऊँ
अभी मैं बोलता हूँ
कोई बात नहीं। मैं खुद कर लूंगी कोई बात नहीं। तो आएंगे कर लेंगे कोई बात नहीं। तो थोड़ा हम 3:30 तक कर सकेंगे क्या? बोले 4 तक 4 हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल हाँ कर लेंगे हाँ जितना आप कर सकें बिल्कुल बिल्कुल हम थोड़ा लेट हो गए आज में इससे भी थोड़ा फंसते हैं हाँ क्या कोचिंग है और सुनाता तो बात कोचिंग है पर देख लेंगे मतलब वो लड़कियां 4 बजे तक 4 बजे सर सभी बात सर इसके लेने से हाँ वो भी अटेंडेंस
एक सेशन मिस होगा उनको एक बात से होगा
अभी और आर कौन और आर should I wait you should be start
मेरे पास 2 मिनट में स्टूडेंट कोऑर्डिनेटर आ रही है बस
भेजा हुआ है मुझे क्या उस पर ज्वाइन करूँ
शुरू करें फेलिसिटेशन और बाद में कर कोई बात नहीं बाद में भी हो जाएगा
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second session. Firstly, I would like to invite
Professor Professor Madhugupta ma'am and Professor Neeru Vashisht ma'am to felicitate Dr. Payal Jain. Dr. Payal Jain brings with her over 14 years of experience in education and research. She did PhD from Department of Financial Studies. Her doctoral research was on information linkages across global equity markets during the turbulent period of 2007-2009. Her expertise is not just theoretical, it is well documented in the prestigious Scopus Index journal, and she has successfully translated her knowledge into the classroom, authoring a textbook on collective bargaining and negotiation skills for undergraduate studies. She currently teaches in the Gagi College as assistant professor. Beyond her research and teaching, she is committed mentor and active contributor to the society. A lifelong learner, she has honed her skills through professional training from top global institutions like Yale University and University of Michigan. I would request Dr. Payal Jain to
Do I need to use a mic or should I just without that? I'm audible. आगे भी आपके तक आपको सिस्टम यूज करने की जरूरत है. Okay, so as ma'am said, the very important thing that the context is for if you are conducting research, and as part of that, obviously, since current generation is making use of technology, you need to be aware of what are the best practices. But largely, my entire presentation is about research ethics. And don't worry, it will not take long. Okay, I know you've been waiting this quite some time, so let's just quickly now start. So it's about research ethics. What exactly is research ethics? How are you going to behave in the pursuit of knowledge? All of you are pursuing dissertation. So you are exploring accessing information, and how is it that you behave in the pursuit of knowledge? And research ethics actually concerns itself with the moral principles in the process of conducting research. The overarching question or the core question: what is the right way for you to conduct and present research? So that's the core question we're going to talk about in today's discussion. So this quote, right is right, even if everyone is against it, and wrong is wrong, even if everyone is for it. It is something that you need to now be aware of and then take an informed decision on whether what you are doing is right or it is wrong. And what is right will always be right, but what is wrong is going to be wrong even if someone else endorses that. Before we talk about any theoretical context, I just wanted to bring to you some practical examples of what happens when you are unethical in your research. This is one of the biggest examples that I came across. This researcher, Diederik Stapel from Netherlands. The facts are presented on the screen, obviously, but I'll explain it rather in shorter, basically detail. So he conducted a lot of research, was awarded a lot of awards and grants, and had many PhD scholars also working under him. But it came out that he had conducted his research unethically. Now, what is it that he did? He fabricated data in dozens of studies. This is data fabrication. Fabrication means he created data out of nothing. It was fake. The data sets were fake. And on those data sets, he conducted tests. The results would come out perfectly because the data was itself fake. And he published a lot of papers in big journals, got a lot of grants as well, on the basis of his research, which he conducted on those fake data. And obviously, whistleblowers came up. So when students or collaborators wanted to replicate his findings, what is replication?
Someone else wanted to run the test again for their study and wanted to replicate the study. So when they asked for his data set, at first he denied sharing, but then he shared it with them. And then when they accessed those data sets, they realized that it's too good to be true. The results which come out are just perfect, which cannot happen if it is real data. And ultimately, he was charged for fraud. His professorship was taken away. He had to sacrifice some of his pension as well. If he had not done that, he would have been put in jail. So this is like one of the most high-profile cases that if you engage in wrong practices, it is not good. And imagine the kind of reputation he had built for himself. And where is that reputation today? It's gone. So it takes years to build a reputation and to create trust, which can get demolished in a single stroke. And a lot of his papers were retracted, as in the journal now has retracted those papers. And imagine the co-authors they would. His co-authors also spent years of effort on those papers. Their papers and books also got retracted. So a lot of unpleasantness for so many people. Careers of students, collaborators, co-authors affected. So much money which was given to him as a researcher, which could have gone to some better purpose. For example, just one extra thing to add here. In one of his studies, he claimed that meat-eating people are more selfish. And all of that conclusion was based on fabricating. But people quoted his papers and all that was done. So unethical if you engage in practices, this is what will happen. And if you build a reputation over a long period of time, it can get taken. Some other examples, I'm not go too much into discussion of those examples for now, I'm just skipping this. Now, why is it that this happened? So this person and so many other people, like I showed other examples, so I didn't discuss them. But let me just quickly do that as well. These are some other studies, for example. This one is a very recent one. Francesca Dino, another high-profile author, 2023 to 25. She's a Harvard behavioral scientist. Currently, she has been obviously asked to step down because she engaged again in falsification. So she falsified data or fabricated data. Created fake data sets and tried to tamper with the data sets just to get her findings out. The ironic part here is her research was on honesty and ethics. And she has been found to engage in these practices. Obviously, she has challenged the suspension from Harvard. But the point is that this can happen if you don't engage in proper practices. Now, why is it that these researchers and so many others engaged in these practices? Because there's a lot of pressure on them. Like currently, you all are also, I'm sure, experiencing that within a year's time you have to conduct research and get it published. So many times, similar pressures are put on other academicians and researchers as well. And then, what does the human brain think of? And that's why this kind of situation can occur. So you need to be now aware that no matter how much the temptation, not to go down that road. Okay. So now I first showed you a little bit of the practical cases. I just mentioned two of those. There are actually many of them. And these two were more of in the say social psychology or humanities. There are many such cases in sciences also, and even in probably social sciences. Of course, humanities is part of social sciences, so that's there. So let's just quickly talk a little bit about the theory part also. What exactly is ethics? It is the word is derived from the Greek word ethos, which actually means character. So when you are in the practices, that's what your character is all about. And it refers to a set of moral values held by individuals or groups. And it is what should you be doing in a particular situation? What's the right way of doing it? That's what ethics is all about. So there are now three theories related to it: virtue ethics, there's deontology, and there's consequentialism. I'll just talk about them quickly. Virtue ethics, the focus of virtue ethics theory is about what kind of a person should you be? What kind of character traits should you embody? Should you be honest? Should you be courageous? Should you be fair? Should you engage in just practices? Should you discriminate against others or not? All the good things. What are the good virtues you should have? That's what virtue ethics is all about. For example, if you find a wallet which is lost, what would you be ideally doing? You would return it. That means you're being virtuous. You are embodying honesty. Similarly, double checking data. So when we talk about research now, आपने data collect करा, but if you are not engaging in proper practice, you've not double checked it, and you're just blindly conducting tests on it, that's not right, ideally. Maybe your co-author conducted study, I mean, they collected data, so it is your duty now to check that data once. Similarly, ensuring respondent respect and privacy. Suppose you're conducting a survey and you have ensuring respondent respect and privacy. So whenever you ask people to fill out any forms, similarly when you people fill out forms, there should be a disclaimer in that form which should ensure your data privacy. It should seek your consent before you do it. So that's something you now as a researcher must ensure. That जब आप survey fill करा लोगे, वो data आप किसी को दोगे नहीं. And if you share your data with someone, that data file, you should anonymize the participant. You should remove all information from that file, which may help anyone identify it. Maybe their name, maybe their any identifying information, email ID, that should be removed, anonymized. Okay. The second type of ethics, of the theory of ethics is deontological. Deontology means duty. So what is it that you, the focus is on duties now. For example, voting is your duty. If you don't vote, thinking that it's okay for me and others are voting, but you don't know that others are not voting or not, they are voting or not. So point is, what your duty is, you should be performing it, assuming that everyone else is also going to then do the same. Would you want everybody else to abstain from voting? No. So then it's your duty to go and vote also. So that's what deontology is talking about. So similarly, if in your research work, you should be focusing on citing your references correctly. Because AI today is obviously, it is intertwined with everything that we do, read, say, or write. In AI, a lot of references which are quoted may be fake. Like ChatGPT sometimes gives you some data supported with reference. That reference may not actually be in existence. It's a fake reference. Now, how can you verify? You will check that for yourself. Now, if you did not do that, then that would be a mistake. That would be unethical. So you should be citing your references correctly. You shouldn't include fake references in your data set. You shouldn't include incomplete references in your paper. Incomplete as in if I am reading your paper and I want to read that paper from which you have taken something, when I access its link to your paper, it doesn't open because it's an incomplete reference. So that also is unethical and not a good practice. So you need to be very, very clear and sure of whatever you are writing in your research. The last type of theory of ethics, consequentialism or utilitarianism. The focus here is on consequences or outcomes. What is the outcome going to be? And if the end, now according to this theory, the meaning is that the end justifies the means. That even, for example, if I connect it to your research, so filtering relevant studies using AI. Now, of course, purists or someone would say use of AI is not ethical. Yet it is not if you are using AI to write your paper entirely. You can't outsource the thinking and the writing part to the AI, but you can refine your ideas and your thoughts using AI as an assistant. So that would be, if you are doing that, your end justify the means that you use AI as a supporting assistant, not as the prime author. First author is you. Actually, the author is you only. You cannot cite AI as a co-author. So you can't outsource that part also to AI. That has to be only for seeking support from AI in sifting through voluminous data, maybe sifting through voluminous documents. I mean. So we need to be very, very clear about that. So these are some theories of ethics. Ultimately, if we summarize it, what we are talking about is that ethics is research. Ethics is talking about inculcating the good virtues in you and following what is the right thing. Okay? I'm skipping this. In the interest of time, I'm just skipping and I'll focus more on what the real questions might be. For example, from your experiences, I would like to give a discussion session as well. Okay, so now let's talk about research ethics in practice. What are the things you need to watch out for? You need to watch out for FFC and QRTs. FFPs is fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism. And I am quite sure plagiarism is something you all might have already experienced in your submissions of the monthly reports, maybe, or when you check for plagiarism, it comes up. And then there is the questionable research practices. So if you engage in FFP, that means you are engaging in fraud, obvious forms of misconduct. If you are engaging in questionable research practices, it may not be outright fraud, but it may lead you down the wrong path. And ultimately, you never know when it is that you will then commit a mistake. So let's talk about each of these. FFP, fabrication, making up data and publishing with self-constructed data, which is what Digital Stapel did. He created fake data sets with perfect values. Falsification, tweaking your data here and there. The data set may be real, but you've like maybe removed a few values out of it. You have conducted like tests, so many tests, and you are not reporting the tests which gave negative results. Maybe you are reporting only those results which are positive, which are for you, they are good results, so you are reporting them. Or maybe you have rounded off the p values just to show that my result is coming significant. Or engaging in extra processing of data, removing outliers. Sometimes your data may contain extreme values which are hindering the results. So what you will do, you'll remove those outliers out of your data. Again, you shouldn't be doing that. Ideally, what your data is on what you should be conducting the tests and reporting the findings as is. There is no shoulds here, except that you should be reporting what is the truth. So the first FFP is what we're talking about. Usme fabrication and falsification is there. The sign that someone is engaging in falsification is when the results are statistically improbable. Like perfect p-values, perfect mean, perfect median, the descriptive statistics, everything is just too perfect. So that may be a sign that the falsification has been conducted. The best defense against accusations of falsification is to have a well-maintained data file. One of the questions sir shared with me was related to data management. I don't know which one of you asked that question, but I would have addressed it towards the end also. But nevertheless, since I'm talking about it right now, whatever data you collect, maintain it in a file, maybe on the cloud, and with another as a backup. And all your tests, all your everything should, all your analysis should be neatly documented in that file itself. So maybe if you're maintaining it in an Excel file, have sheets for different versions of your tests and results and graphs and everything else. Everything should be very, very neatly documented, so that nobody can ask, accuse you of data. Now let's talk about plagiarism, the big one. Pretending that someone else's work is one's own and without attribution is plagiarism. So if you have read a line from someone's paper and you have added that line to your text also, but you have not mentioned that you've taken this line from this verse. That's plagiarism. Okay. Now you may say that I have changed that line. I have written it in my words. Still, you should cite that way from where you took that line or lines or an idea also sometimes. So pretending that someone else's work is one's own, that is using it without attribution is plagiarism. So you may take inspiration from other researchers, but you should cite the source. Obviously, this is not to say that आप पूरे passages ही कहीं से copy करके और cite कर दोगे तो plagiarism नहीं है, ऐसा भी नहीं. Plagiarism, copying text as is should be engaged in minimally. It should be your voice, your words. But if you have taken that book from there, you have to cite. So all of that should be ensured. If we are very, very honest about it, plagiarism is a form of theft. Okay, and if you are engaging in a lot of passage copying, that can just be a copyright issue. So don't go down that road of plagiarism. We may like a lot of things written in other papers. We may want that this is exactly telling what I want to say. Let me use it. But again, there are a lot of conditions applied. We'll talk about more. I'm just skipping to the next slide. Yeah. Now this is I've taken from plagiarism.com. All of the following are considered plagiarism. Turning in someone else's work as your own. Copying words or ideas from someone else without giving credit. Failing to put a quotation in quotation marks. Suppose you like a sentence in a paper and you want to use some of it. You should enclose it in quotation and cite the author. दोनों चीजें. Giving incorrect information about the source of the quotation. Like I told you, reference आपकी incomplete थी. When I want to open it, it's not opening. So I consider it as plagiarism. आपने cite source हमसे नहीं लिया. That's also plagiarism. Changing words but copying the sentence structure without giving credit again. So now you will say, ma'am, I generated it from AI and I changed the words. But the sentence structure, if it is the same, then also it is same. So when you take help from AI to put some thoughts of yours into words, still you need to write it in your own. You can't just copy and paste. You have to rephrase it entirely. For all of these, the focus is this. Most cases of plagiarism can be avoided by citing sources. So if you are using words or ideas from others, but you have given them credit, then it's okay. But yes, as is when you copy. If you have taken something as is, enclose it in quotation marks. Otherwise, it should be in your own words, but with the citation, with the credit given to that person. जिसके paper से आप वो दे. Is that clear? Any doubts? We can engage in a question answer session at the end also, but yes.
Line को specifically rephrase करके लिखना, that will also be counted plagiarism.
So when you say line, can you give me an example? How many words? What exactly? कुछ example?
Like एक sentence है, उसमें जो main words है, हमने उनको ले लिया, like 3 to 4 main words है, and हम उन words के according line को rephrase करते हैं. So that will also count in plagiarism.
See, there's a definition usually which most of the plagiarism softwares also consider. So usually 6 words or more is considered plagiarism. It flags also in the Turnitin software. Whatever the plagiarism highlights are given, they are also taking it on that basis. Now here sometimes the words are unavoidable. If it is to do with your methodology, for example, suppose event study methodology, 3 words, I cannot come up with a new word for it. And that might be flagged in the plagiarism check. So your task is to bring down the plagiarism content. Obviously, it has to be in a context. So event study methodology, if I use these terms, it will flag it as plagiarism. But I know that it is in a specific context. So I'm safe. But if there are some specific words which you didn't come up on your own with, and you've taken it from someone else, it is best to cite that. Even if you have rephrased them, brackets में उनका नाम दो, उनका credit दो. Okay, that's the safest way to go about it. I cannot completely answer your question until I know the finer details of it. But overall, this is what I will advise to everyone. That firstly, don't use words as is. You have to write them on your own. Secondly, cite the source. That's it. And if अगर कुछ words quotation marks में close करके दे रहे हैं, तब भी citation देंगे. Okay, quotation marks means we have not tampered with the words. We have quoted them as it. But बिना citation के नहीं. Types of plagiarism. So verbatim, word for word. Mosaic plagiarism यानी mixing copied words इधर उधर से करके आपने synonyms replace कर दिए but structure same है. Paraphrasing मतलब अब आपने थोड़ा सा changes कर दिए हैं words में but no citation given. So here maybe this can apply to your example. You can paraphrase it, but always give the citation. Self-plagiarism, your own paper, you published a study, and now from that only. So that again may be plagiarism. Okay, so these are some types of plagiarism. Usually journals में जब आप paper submit करोगे, they engage in their own checks as well. And on that basis, they will, accept or reject your paper. But obviously, before sending it to a journal, you also have to conduct your own plagiarism check. Bring down the plagiarism content below 10%, and then only send it to the journal. And this slide is only to show that a lot of the journals are, focusing on the entire context as well. They are not really looking to target you, but they will obviously take an informed decision. So it's not that people are villains out there and they are just trying to make our life difficult. All of these tools and mechanisms are there to support us in our research in order to ensure that we engage in experts. Just a quick example now for you. You tell me what the thing is. Now this is a direct copy. So this was the original and a student say suppose used it like this. Verbatim, right? So no citation, exact words copy. This is plagiarism. Mosaic plagiarism. Suppose this was the original text and the student's version is this. Now there are few words changed here and there, but no citation. So you can probably do this, but you need to cite reference. Okay. Self-plagiarism, your own paper, and you kind of just change the structure a little bit. But again, if you reuse it without citation, it will be plagiarism. Okay, so now basically for plagiarism, tools are there to help you detect, but integrity is yours. Start with. So ensure that you are not engaging in any of those plagiarizing practices, and your goal should be to turn in original work only. Ensure proper citation and quoting if you have used exact words. Use Turnitin or other such free similarity checking tools. Have you encountered any? Grammarly and others maybe the free versions of those. You can try that. Quillbot. So you can use similarity checking tools to figure out. They are not foolproof, but a start. These are quite relevant. Context also matters. So most of the journal editors look at the context also. Like for example, if there is a lot of plagiarism flagged in the methodology section. Now in the methodology section, the words are very, very technical. You cannot come up with a synonym for a methodological term. So context also matters. Okay. You should declare your prior publications, if any. If there are any issues or disputes, they are usually resolved under the COPE guidelines, Committee on Publication Ethics. And in case there is serious plagiarism found, then papers can be retracted or rejected. So I wanted to show some examples of what some journals when they retracted papers. Yeah, okay, so just read this. So one of the papers was published and the journal retracted their publication. So the journal published the paper, but later an investigation was conducted and compromised editorial handling and peer review process, inappropriate or irrelevant references, or not being in the scope of the journal or guest issue. So the paper. This again creates a reputation issue. So best not to go down that route. Another example, now this one is from a big journal, and there were severe insufficiencies regarding the use of sources and replication of materials. Verbatim text was used without citing or with inappropriate quotation. So citation management उनका ठीक से नहीं था. The paper was retracted. I'll skip this bit. So best practices, you should always cite your sources. If you are using any verbatim text, use quotation marks, but don't use passages and lines and paragraphs of quoted text. Very few and far between you should engage in using verbatim. Paraphrase properly. Change the words plus the sentence structure plus the citation भी आपको देना है. That's the safest way to go. Rewrite it in your own words plus cite it. The citation managers. तो अब literature review जब आप conduct कर रहे हो अभी, you are reading so many papers, use Zotero. Zotero चले जाना zotero.org है, Google में डाल देना. उसका Google Chrome के अंदर ही एक plugin आ जाता है. And now when you are conducting a literature review, open the Zotero app and उसके through आप papers को उसमें Zotero में एक folder बन जाता है जिसमें आप अपने सारे papers डालोगे जो आप literature review में use करोगे. It will create the reference of that paper on screen. तो जो आप मैनुअली कर रहे हो वो काम Zotero आपके लिए करेगा. लेकिन उसमें बस एक स्टेप जो आपको करना है वो चेक करना है हर रेफरेंस को if it is complete. Like page numbers may be missing, maybe the issue number is missing. तो बस वो थोड़ा सा आपको चेक देखना पड़ेगा. But Zotero can manage it for you. फिर जब आप पेपर राइट कर रहे हो MS Word में, उस टाइम पे भी Zotero plugin आप ओपन रखना होगा. And suppose आप पेपर में कुछ लिखते हैं like so and so person supported this finding. Suppose so and so में मतलब आप साइट करना चाह रहे हो. तो वो आपके उसके थ्रू इजीली उसमें आ जाएगा. Zotero के थ्रू आपको लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है. वो आप Zotero में क्लिक करके उस रेफरेंस पे क्लिक करके वो वहां इंसर्ट हो. तो ऑटोमेटेड है. इसको आप एक बार खुद से ट्राई करना. मे बी यू कैन एक्सप्लोर इट थ्रू YouTube videos and other sources as well. But Zotero is a good managing tool for references and citations. So these are some of the best practices for you to engage in if you don't want to be accused of plagiarism. Okay. And fabrication and falsification के लिए आपका best defense है to maintain a data set correctly, completely with everything. Okay. बाकी फिर है QRPs या questionable research practices. They are not outright fraud, but can be difficult. What exactly are we talking about? QRPs such as p-hacking. You are basically reporting only the significant results, not the other ones. Hypothesizing after results are known. So suppose आपकी study है कि you are trying to find out if there is a relationship between suppose financial literacy and savings behavior. तो आपके हिसाब से आपका hypothesis है financial literacy increases savings. Suppose अब आपके findings में आपका hypothesis significant नहीं हो रहा है. मतलब प्रूव नहीं. तो अब आप क्या करोगे? आप उसको रीराइट कर दोगे हाइपोथेसिस को. दैट फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी reduces savings. This is the hypothetical example I'm taking. Hypothesizing after results are known. Changing the hypothesis after your results are known. That's again. आइडियल थिंग इज हाइपोथेसिस जो भी है, रिजल्ट जो भी है, आप एज इट इज उसको सेव करो एंड उसका बस हमें इम्प्लीकेशन देखना है। अच्छा ठीक है, इफ दिस इज द रिजल्ट, मे बी दिस मीन this and further studies can take up these aspects to further explore. Selective reporting, if you are engaging in unsignificant, unimpressive results को आपने हटा दिया, only the impressive results you have shown. Cherry picking data, you removed some data points just to ensure कि आपका results अच्छे आ जाए. सलामी स्लाइसिंग, आपने कोई स्टडी करी जिसमें अलग-अलग एक आपके रेस्पोंडेंट्स थे, सपोज मेल एंड फीमेल, तब आपने एक स्टडी मेल की बना दी, दूसरी स्टडी फीमेल, सेम डेटा से आपने दो अलग पेपर निकाल दिए, दैट कैन बी सलामी स्लाइसिंग। गिफ्ट और बूस्ट ऑथरशिप, ऑल्दो आपके केस में अप्लाई नहीं होना चाहिए, आपने वो अकेले करते हैं, बट मेनी टाइम रिसर्चर्स एंगेज इन दिस प्रैक्टिसेस कि वो किसी और को ले आते हैं इन दी ऑथर लिस्ट।
Saving the resources. Question is taking us in another is can't we consider it?
There has to be a justification then for that, obviously. It should also be filling some kind of research.
Yes. Needs some complete research. It means question of
So, these questionable research practices are not fraudulent. They are not in the category of fraud, but you should be very, very cautious here. That's all. The point is that if a person is generating multiple papers from the same data, that needs to be avoided. But obviously, again, context will matter. A lot of things are included there. Gift of boost authorship, giving someone's name in the authors, but they have not contributed, or someone contributed, but you remove them. So that's also unethical and inadequate citation. So in summary, FFP, the big three wrong or unethical practices. And these are serious issues. FFPs are the serious misconduct issues. And it is treated quite seriously. It is treated as an offense. And QRPs is the gray zone. Again, they are not outright fraudulent or illegal, but it is that, trust is compromised. Transparency is compromised. This was a section I included here to take up the data part, but I'll just skip over it because I've already explained that for data management, ensure a neat and well-maintained data set. Ensure respondent privacy. Consent आप लीजिए respondent से. अगर आप data को share करते हो तो anonymize करके share करना है. All of that should be done. You should be collecting it responsibly, protecting people's rights. You should use the data without bias, and you should be transparent about methods, sources, and transparency, privacy, fairness. You need to be accountable for it. You can't blame the mistake on Excel. Suppose you've done tests in Excel or R or whichever language, you can't say that it's the software's mistake. So you are the one who's accountable. Best practices: read, follow journal author guidelines, use plagiarism checkers. If you have worked on a project with multiple authors, maintain a contribution matrix. Maintain data management plans for transparency. Now let's talk about AI. Obviously, we are all using AI. So AI is to enhance rather than replace. Okay? It is as an assistant. You should always verify it, by the way. ChatGPT engages in hallucination. AI tool, hallucination, it has made up the data and the results of it. So you need to verify everything. You should use it to strengthen your life, not to write it all entirely, by itself. You need to give it the ideas, it can refine your there's this blog article on thesify.com from where you can access it further, these guidelines. And even this is there. Unintentional plagiarism. AI, how is it working? ChatGPT, it is working on large language models. Large language models have been trained on so much data, जो already था public domain. It has been trained on that data. वहीं से ला रहा है वो. So even whatever AI is giving you is also from somewhere. So actually it is plagiarism only if you use it as it. And you can't say मैंने AI से लिया था तो मैं इसकी citation क्या दूँ? You can't say that. You still need to write it in your own words and you need to figure out if it has been taken from somewhere and you need to cite. Obviously, AI is unavoidable, so a lot of the journals are also now asking for a declaration that you can declare that you use AI for grammar checking or for finding, but it may not always be looked at in a positive light also, so you need to be very. So the best way then is to actually engage in original work. You can use AI to say, ask for papers, maybe जो आपको चाहिए, but उनको पढ़ने का काम आपको खुद ही करना है. उस पेपर में से आपको क्या लेना है वो भी आपको खुद करना है, लिखने का काम. आप एजुकेट कर सकते हो अपने आप को थ्रू एआई, बट द अल्टीमेट रिस्पांसिबिलिटी इज योर्स. You need to be the one actually doing it. So that's the best way to safeguard yourself against any problems. So rules of research integrity, no fabrication, falsification, plagiarism. Don't let any conflict of interest come up. Give credit to everybody. These are some basic norms. They don't, all of them don't apply to you in this particular context because आप लोग अकेले ही कर रहे हैं इसमें, वो नहीं है. This is just to say that overall we should not just be bothered about compliance with rules. In general, ही हमें ethics follow करने हैं. Even if there is no sword hanging over us. So ethics should actually be going beyond adhering to some norms. That's not the only thing. You should be ethical always. Yeah, okay. It's not an abstract concept. It is something you are investing in your reputation. I'm quite sure 5 years later, when you see your work published, you don't want anybody to raise a question on you. It's your name out there on that page. It's yours. So take ownership of that, but do it in an ethical way. And worry free आप रह पाओगे अगर आपको पता है that you have this way. That's easier. So actually, slide content, this is it. We can stop here. Any questions? There were some questions which sir had shared with me. If other questions are coming.
Actually, हमें plagiarism check करना है, particular plagiarism जो हमारा आप है उसके है, and हमने उसे check किया और हमने वो दोबारा main day पे check करवाना है. फिर वो हमारा मतलब हमारा ऑफिस लेना.
आपने plagiarism check किया तो उसके बाद कुछ change नहीं किया उसमें.
तो उसके बाद next time जब दोबारा वो check हो रहा है तो वो हमारा ऑफिस कर सकता है.
Okay, so in Turnitin, when you people are checking, for example, okay, you कौन सा tool use करा आपने?
Clarity नहीं है कि वो हमारा ही लेने से.
So I think there is a gray area here. Sometimes they warn us that don't put your work on the internet because it may count that as a source against which it may check for. Yeah, that can be possible, but in case of Turnitin, when we check for plagiarism, आप कुछ boxes होते हैं उसमें जो आप untick कर सकते हैं कि आप इस जनरल जब immediately याद नहीं आ रहा है, but हम उसमें से exclude कर दें. एंड उसमें रिपोजिटरी में नहीं डालना है. जब भी टर्निटिन पे करेंगे चेक, अगर रिपोजिटरी में डल जाता है तब वो सेल्फ प्लेजरिज्म बोल देना. बट I can't say it with 100% certainty that if you check for plagiarism on say Quillbot, it will count it as self. I don't think it will. In my experience, you can do it safely. क्योंकि आइडिया आपका भले है, बट आपने वो लाइन एज इट इज एआई जनरेटेड डाल दी. अगर प्लेजरिज्म शायद ना भी करे वो हाईलाइट, बट एआई यूजेज हाईलाइट कर देता है. अब आजकल टर्निटिन में दोनों चेक्स होते हैं, तो वो एआई जनरेटेड कंटेंट बढ़ा देगा आपका परसेंटेज, तो वो भी ध्यान रखना.
कई बार जैसे हम डेफिनेशन डालते हैं पेपर में तो
हाईलाइट हो जाती है।
क्या डालते हैं?
AI डिटेक्टर में हाईलाइट
क्या डालते हैं? कैलकुलेशन, डेफिनेशन।
यस मैम, क्योंकि टेक्निकल वर्ड यूज होता है, चाहे ना भी क्या हो AI का यूज कई बार हाईलाइट हो जाता है। कैसे
देखो, these tools are not foolproof. Okay, that's point number one. Second point, they are there to support us. They are there to highlight that before submitting, these are the issues which we are flagging for. You will have to correct. You will have to. It's better that you change. You rewrite it in your own words. Definition भी अगर वो दे रहा है, suppose आपने definition किसी quotations में डाली है with the citation, then it shouldn't be a problem. पर वो paper से ली हुई वो तो, like I said, you can quote verbatim with the citation. AI actually AI का जो level percentage है ना वो बढ़ जाएगा अगर आप ChatGPT की language copy करके paste कर. You will have to rewrite it in your voice. Don't focus on good English. Don't go down that route. Be comfortable with your level of English, your style of English. Don't worry about that. कि मैं जो कहना चाह रही हूँ वो AI better कह रहा है, but आप जो कह रहे हो वो सच है, वो सही है. So why do you shy away from that? It's okay. Even in English आपकी उतनी अच्छी नहीं निकल के आ रही जितनी AI देगा. क्यों परफेक्ट करना है मुझे? आई एम अ ह्यूमन. अगर आपकी वॉइस है आपको निश्चिंतता रहेगी कि ना मेरा AI मैंने यूज किया है ना पेज. एनी अदर क्वेश्चंस? आई थिंक यू शुड ट्राई जिस पेपर से आप ले रहे, क्योंकि उसमें जो कोई अगर वो पेपर आपका पढ़ रहा है तो उस पेपर में जाएगा, वहां उसको दिख जाएगा कि पिछले पेपर से रेफर किया है. दैट्स परफेक्ट. आपने जहां से पढ़ा है वो परफेक्ट.
Ma'am, what exactly does it mean that you have to change the structure of the passage or?
तो जैसे अभी कुछ एग्जांपल मैंने दिखाए थे, वॉइस चेंज करना, पैसिव एक्टिव पैसिव वॉइस चेंज करना, या पहले पार्ट में कुछ क्या है सेकंड पार्ट में कुछ, और आपने वैसे ही रखा हो, आप उसको फ्लिप भी कर सकते हो कि आप पहले वाला बाद वाला पहले बोलते हुए फिर मेन पॉइंट पे आ सकते हो. लाइक आई होप यू आर एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू कम्युनिकेट. नहीं तो मैं स्लाइड दोबारा दिखा देती हूँ.
No, that's fine.
बेसिकली क्या है ना, जो एआई देगा ना लिख के उसको अब आप साइड रख दो and now try it on your own. To rewrite the whole thing in your own words without looking at it. फिर लगता है कुछ गैप्स हैं तो वो एक दो वर्ड्स फिल करने हैं आपको, वो देख लेना फिर फाइंड करने के लिए. बट एक्चुअली द ओनली द बेस्ट वे टू सेव अ रिट्रीव इज टू डू इट ऑन, नॉट टेक इट फ्रॉम रीराइट इट. अपनी आवाज आप दे ना, आपका काम है. योर क्रिएटिव वर्क इन अ वे. योर नेम इज गोइंग ऑन, इट्स योर्स, योर वॉइस. अपनी ही आवाज में.
इसमें भी ऐसा होता है ना, परसेंटेज बाकी सबको एक साइटेशन प्रॉपर मेंशन करके ना बाकी लोगों का ले सकते हैं ना, परसेंटेज मेरा खुद का आएगा. तो मतलब ये न्यू फाइंडिंग्स ऐसा भी कुछ होता है कि मतलब यू कैन साइट एवरीथिंग जितना कुछ है, और आप
साइड
सब
सब करोगे जो आपने कहीं से भी लिया है वो साइड तो करना ही है. और ऑब्वियसली आपका काम नहीं तो है.
मेरा परसेंटेज अगर मैंने बहुत ज्यादा चीजें सिर्फ साइट ही करती तो
एनालिसिस आपके खुद का है ही नहीं जाता. भले ही क्वालिटेटिव भी करना हो, कोई टेस्ट भी ना, पर कुछ तो ऐसा होगा ना जो आप कह रहे हो ओवर एंड अबव द साइटेड स्टडीज. देखो ऐसे कोई नीट परसेंटेजेस नहीं है, बट जो होता है मेथोडोलॉजी या एनालिसिस सेक्शन, एनालिसिस मतलब हम डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं जब हमने रिजल्ट्स की, वो तो आप ही करें.
वो सब कुछ मैंने पूरा किया है.
इंट्रोडक्शन आपकी है, ऐसा नहीं है. इंट्रोडक्शन आपने लिखा आप ही का है क्योंकि आप बता रहे हो कॉन्टेक्स्ट. लिटरेचर रिव्यू आप कह सकते हो चलो मैंने दूसरे पेपर से, ठीक है. ऑब्जेक्टिव्स आपके हैं, फिर डेटा आप ले लो, अभी का डेटा है ना वो भी आपका है. उस क्योंकि रिसेंट ईयर्स का लिया है, सेम डेटा पे नहीं किसी ने सेम स्टडी शायद करनी हो, तो डेटा आपका है. फिर उसमें जो भी अगर आपने कोई टेस्ट रन करे या कोई थ्योरी लगा दी तो जो फाइंडिंग्स हैं उसके बारे में भी आप ही लिख रहे हो, फिर कंक्लूजन भी आप ही लिख रहे हो.
क्योंकि वो आपकी ही न्यू स्टडी के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में। तो मेरे हिसाब से तो जो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है, योर कंट्रीब्यूशन इज वे मोर देन व्हाट इज साइड। तो ऐसा मुझे नहीं समझ आ रहा कि क्या मिस कर रहे हो आप, मुझे अगर दिखा दें ना ऐसे मत से। Not a oh, नहीं, your contribution is there and should be. Any other questions? That's it? All right. Thank you so much for sparing your time.
So, I would like to thank Dr. Payal Jain for her wonderful session. It's an immense pleasure on behalf of our department to welcome her here and give her such beautiful and wonderful insights on research writing. Thank you, ma'am, for all the information you have given us.
Thank
Have
you
a great
for
day.
having me.
जैसे पावर होके अपना रिसर्च कर पाए, try to engage in good practices, ask your mentors for clarification at all the steps, all the stages. डाउट में हो तो mentor से पूछिए, and आपस में भी थोड़ा सा करके क्लैरिटी सही जो है वही दीजिएगा। डोंट वरी टू मच अबाउट परफेक्शन, जो है वैसा है, उसको वैसा ही आप प्रेजेंट करें। Thank you.
So that's all for day one. So you are welcome for the